a little early, but yes, this is crit session 5. Technically, it's crit session 6 for the first class, but since you missed a class, everyone's on par. We're at 5. My throat. No, my throat's trashed. Let me drink some coffee. We'll figure this one out. Check YouTube. All right. That is that. That is that. Hey Zoe, how's it going, my dear? Oh, you all can't talk, so not. Well, that sucks. I like you guys being able to talk, so I don't have to read. My throat's a little squirrely. My allergies are freaking out, so it'll hopefully come off. Awesome. Yeah, sometimes you just have to make sure it's going in the right direction. Otherwise, it could be a nightmare, especially when you have a good clean circle and you're trying to get the intersection from the band to tie into the circle instead of clean geometry. You can just raise a lip on and crap like that. It's like, ugh. I will say it does actually I try to get across, just do things as simply as possible, just keep it simple. And I see how people block up, and I'm just like, I do not understand. I don't. Sometimes I'm just like, that's not very simple at all. What are you doing there? No, I know. I mean, it really 700. Yours is a little trickier because you have round, but to be deadly honest, you could get that in 700 polys, I bet. I would assume. Because, I mean, let's see. Yeah, and I mean, obviously mine's going to be much sloppier than what you had there. But, all right, we're going to remove that. How many polygons is that? 30. Let's take it up. So what I'm doing is I'm looking for a division here that's going to be directly to the side and a double, right? So I'm just going to go, that's a double. I think we can get that one. All right. White box, tool. Let's get our. That's gonna get really old. All right, that's fine. That's a 7.5 with a 2mm band. We'll shrink that in some. We will append to about half the thickness. And now you had, I'm just going to make the center stone round at a moment just so we can get something going. Z modeler, you need it for, that's about the width of your band. I think that's the width of that part. And let's take this. Kind of give it a little of that. Oops. And give it a little of that. Okay, we need to put a few lines on the bottom here. Just so we have enough room to bend. Okay, just real quick, symmetry. You're doing your thing, you're like, oh crap, you then realized you completely screwed this up. Smart Resim X. Mask the side you want to keep. See, I dragged the center off there a little. Those are in line. Mask the side you want to keep. Smart Resim X. Oh, sorry. Smart Resim Z. Now you see what I mean, how it kind of weirds out because we screwed the center line. If we didn't screw the center line, because we screwed the center line, you'd probably have to do a mirror and weld. But there we go. Oh, I'm using Move Elastic. So now you want to keep this side, get that side gone. So you come over here, mask that. And then Smart Resymmetry Z axis. Are we not in the middle of the world? Interesting. There you go. It has to be dead center of the world or it starts to do weird things like that. So if you haven't moved too much of it, Smart Resim can work pretty well. But you notice that didn't, that is the wrong axis. Damn it, I knew it. I'm like, that's not the right axis somehow. Somehow I torque this boy up. You definitely have to start on the right axis. Well, I mean, I'm live, but the class hasn't started necessarily. So you have to make sure that you're on the right axis. This is starting to bother me. This little dude is not working well for me. My ring came in on the wrong axis. You need to be up here. Okay, so threw some extra ones in there so we could get the bend right? So boom, bend arc. Obviously that's not going around far enough, so you just drag this out. And then you bend that into where it's roughly where you want it, and it's just an amalgamation of getting that to be where you want it by changing the radius and where that sits. So let's open that up just a little bit more, W, and bring that up just a little more. All right, so that's that. Now you just stretch that to be, what you want it to be. I think I had my, one sec. Nope. That gets you roughly where you are. Now, once again, we haven't played with these lines, but, in all reality, this is where you're deciding how many circles are up there, because I think yours went in straighter than this did, but just giving you an idea. Not the precisions of the block up, but just the fact that you can do it pretty damn low. Right, and so now we just go right, and we have a base block up that's, obviously it's not your shape, but we're at only 316 polys there, where you can, now that you know that, you could go back to, this guy here, add some more polys here, and then this is also where you can get your curve in there fairly early. Right, and start to build that shape in. And then go from there. Hey, how's it going? So Zoe, did I answer the question about your mirroring? Well, to be fair, it's what I do, right? But always be careful, like any of these things that have star centers, I don't like to use them unless I know I'm going to punch a hole here. And you're punching a hole, I probably would have straightened these out first too. I would have, now that I know we have the center right. Oh crap. Here, let's just do it again. That's easy. Let's give this one more batch. Right, you notice we have a straight line here and 2, and since our band is 2, that's what we're going to attach it to, right? And so now we're going to go drag it down. And this is where W, let's get it to the center world, make sure. And now you can do this with, I don't like that this is on the wrong axis. There we go. Now just make sure you're in the center of the world. We did. Turn that off. Turn X on, go to that. And now we're going to put, oh, I want Y. Oh, that pisses me off. What the hell? Okay, and I go like that. No. Stop it. Push Alt, you dumbass. There we go. Fuck. Sorry, I went home and slept Tuesday. And it must be allergies. I just feel really just like dopey. It might be the meds I'm on too. I don't know. But I apologize. I'm a little nappy, dopey today. All right. Now let's make sure. Yeah. Okay. So this way, when we put these in, we know we have the geometry, and we know that we can match it, right? So go ahead and take that, stretch it up. So see, here's, okay, why I didn't put those in first, right? Okay, so we establish your center hole size roughly. We know it's going to stretch out, so whoa. We're just going to give it a thing there. And so now you come in and you put these in. So you have an even disbursement through your thing. Now, this does make this outside rim. So actually, since we want a round outside rim, let's put that one in. And let's give it this one. Now, that's the answer. So that way we're not distorting that outside round. Right? That's going to spread wide when we bend this. Now, come in. Give yourself roughly even division. That's okay. The back is the same as the front, so when eventually we do this, it'll pull through evenly, right? Okay. So, got that, append your band, append the band. Okay, we're gonna make it the same. Gonna make it the same thickness as the 2mm band. What are you doing? Oh, hit turn symmetry on because it's pulling it local symmetry both to the same point. That's not going to do us any good. Turn symmetry off. Bring it roughly down to the thickness of your band. Bend. You can see that we don't have enough cross section there. I'm not going to worry about that because we're going to divide this, and honestly we're going to punch those holes out anyway, so it doesn't really matter. even though it does matter because I'm going the wrong way. Your ring is like that. One more time. Roughly there, bring it in. I can't, you were actually up here farther, weren't you? Get it kind of matched up. You can see the interior of the ring sort of matching. So now, I think you stretch this out so it's a little bit more oval. Go to the band. Da, da, da. Delete hidden. Merge down. And now you have a consistent band thickness here. You can just go, I mean, you can slide it so it's whatever thickness you want. Let's edge loop fucking complete. Q mesh, poly loop. Get that there. And now you can obviously come back out and, you know, from the top if you want a more this got, because we stretched it one direction, you know, you can come here and just kind of kick that out to your desired silhouette at this point. All right. Then we're going to grab this guy. Nope, wrong selection tool. Right, and then I would probably throw one more line in there. And then divide. But see, we're at 620. We're under 700. And there you go. Well, I would have punched the hole out first, obviously, but hey, things are good. Hello, all. The class for the bracket, I have seen so many models since then. I have no clue what you're talking to. Upload it. Well, hold on. We have. Was that last week? Is it 10? No, not yet. Did I not just open this? They made this where it's a pain in the butt. And like I said, let's look at it, and we will see what it says. Isn't it funny that it doesn't show me how many people are viewing? Okay, I'm going to wipe out everyone's comments. Give me a second. Let me see if it shows up. Yeah, okay. It's weird. There has to be someone here, I guess, before that registers. All right. Delete all. Goodbye. Goodbye. Wrong folder. No. There are like 15 versions of your ring here. Hold on. How can I be touching this window and this window still be up? What in the hell? Alright, you're starting to make me a little nutso right now. Okay, no new uploads. Alright. Oh, no. Oh, right. So, what your problem is, let's go to your... Okay. What the problem was this. Your cutter actually isn't retaining the pen. Okay, so when we look right, this piece, if we look at it, once again, decimate for you. Oh, this one's only 5 million. Okay, so that wasn't one of our problems. So if you notice right here, right, what you've done is, where's my little program? Anyone just coming in, don't stress out. This isn't actually class. This is from last week. These are just some clarification questions. See right here, what you've done is you have an airspace. So what you have is the airspace around the prong or the cutter, but then you didn't cut a hole here. So your cutter, your prong is just up here floating, right? Right, you cut that airspace out. So what you needed to do, cutters. Right, you have these two cutters. These are your problems right here. Right, because, right, see that's not a hole right there. So what you're doing is you're cutting the peg right off, right? So what this really wants to be is merge down, remesh. I don't even know what that means, Sarah. You keep telling me you need to cut them in another way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Don't understand. Are you talking about the closure itself? I want to go fourth. You didn't realize what a juggling job you had there, Mike, did you? Okay. Shouldn't be taking that much time. I'm just going to Dynamesh these to be quick. It's too early to be laggy. Don't kill me over here. I'm going to be pissed off if this happens. I'm stressing the program right now. There's something about her model that's mangly. Well, whatever. This is wrong too. Okay, so let's look at your clasp then. I don't know why you have a 500,000 poly model that's choking my machine. There's something weird about your model here, my dear. Nope, don't care. Let's try this again. Look at that. Getting all excited. Zoe's not here yet. Okay. Zoe should have Sarah, Mike, Sid. Like, I don't understand how you. So you guys still haven't gotten this one. What I need you to do, okay, when we save these things, see, I don't care what the name of the thing is in the file. I need you all to label the actual model. So like, see how Sarah put her name on this one right here, Sarah? Put your names here. So when I come up, your names are on these little squares as opposed to the file name, because it doesn't do me any good over there. All right, so I still have no damn clue whose rings are whose now. Okay, this is mine. This is Sid, I think. Okay. And this way I can figure out what the hell's going on, guys. Okay. So I need Sarah's ring. Okay. All right. If with masking. I guess so, Mike. You see how it is? Okay, we'll get to it in a bit. I'll leave it there just in case we run out of time. So you're talking about these two parts though, right? Away. I just want the class parts. No, all I think, what I was saying, sorry guys, let me just, I think all I was saying was this, is that your press down, right? The part you're pressing down to get it to actually function is like way down here. And, right, like the box is way down here. Look at how far that is below that surface, right? And then this, you know, right? Well, first of all, you know, you need this to be disconnected, right? So that kind of becomes part of the button. So when that opens up, this rises up. But right now, this is already so far down below surface, you're never going to be able to get that closed, you know, or press down to have it open. So I think that was more the issue. The splitting operation. What are you talking about? Just this? All right, let's start class. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, woman. All right, Mike, let's look at your stuff. Let's hide that. All righty now. So I'm assuming you want stones set there, or is this a different? That's your block up. That's your part. Put things in folders. Because this starts to get messy after a bit. So it's easier to make things visible. W, select all there. Go new folder. Yes. Sizing. Stuff. New folder. Stone stuff. All right. So now you don't have to have all your crap all over everything. You can right. Now you can futz with stuff. So stone stuff, I don't know what we have here. So I'm assuming those are the 4 stones you'll like, because these are just, that might be one and that might be one. Those are at different angles. There's a newer one. Okay, let's go to that. Okay, so where? Oh, I downloaded it. Go to our folder. Well, at least that gives us some more information there. Okay. No, it is what it is. Don't stress about it. What do we got here? Looking good. When you have things that go over and under one another, have them actually go over one another. Don't have ambiguity unless you want it to look as if it is one part. If you want it to look at if it is one part, then make it one part. But so you're still very soft on your intersections, right? You kind of get over here and then you're just like, and you limp fist it. No limp fisting your intersections. So I'm assuming this is supposed to be going over that part. So take it all the way to the surface. Don't limp fist it, right? Take this all the way to the surface. All the way to the surface. And if it goes all the way to the surface, you don't have to worry about those intersections getting soft. right? See how you just fade out here? You always get very soft right at the point where that's the point you need to be clear, right? Over, under. You can see I'm not even using roll to define these. I'm just making them actually get to the edges they need to be. See that little notch? Even that's telling us the wrong story, right? Have these things be nice, clean lines that are intersecting your surfaces. If you all hear me harumphing a lot today, like, I'm not harumphing at you, I can't breathe. All right. See what I mean? Have them go over and under. Is there a time like, do you not understand what I'm saying, over and under? Or are these supposed to be even? If they're supposed to be even, are these supposed to be one part? Or are they supposed to be something going over and under another? Right? Because if these are supposed to be one part, then they need to be one part. They don't need to have lines separating them. Right? You have to make a decision on when you want these things to do. And don't be muddy about it. Make a decision and stick to it and do it and make it clear, right? So that's one part. But these were obviously diving, so I'm just assuming they're supposed to be going under. And like I said, normally I'd take SK twist and kick that edge up some, but you know. So be clear with your intersections. You're actually starting to get some edge control now. So this is where using your SK trim brush, SK trim polish or whatever it's called, will help you clean these surfaces up. You see it's just a simple stroke. And it really helps getting some surface fidelity, right? So you can go over that stuff and get cleaner surfaces. Just something to start wrapping your head around now. Right. Once again here, see, because you have an intersection that is not going over and under, and these are diving under this. All of your edges are super soft. Right, if these are coming under, you want those lines to go all the way to the edge. So you're telling that story, and then that needs to be an edge. Nathaniel's posting on other things. I can see who's paying attention. Right, see here, this is muddy. And that can be cleaned up with planer. Just come in. It's not symmetrical. It's okay. And then if these are not going over and under, make sure they are not going over and under. Don't have these dips if they're not supposed to be going over and under. You want those levels to be very consistent, right? So if that's a solid. Now see up here, because you stretch that out, you don't have enough resolution to keep up with this. So I don't know if I do it right this second, but this is a point where you will need to remesh to get this to be nice and clean. Right, all these planes have to make sense as planes that are intersecting with one another if they're not meant to be going over and under. So you don't want those big dips at the corner if it's supposed to be solid, right? You don't want to tell the story that it's going under if it's not. Now, and because that's a weak edge, I got thin. Right. Make a decision with all those lines. But do you see what I mean? If these are all supposed to line up, make them line up. If they're supposed to be going over and under, make them go over and under. And that's just decisions. I don't know where you want to be. That's fine. But my point is that this is the time when you should be doing it, when you are just reworking it. Don't be sloppy when you're doing this. Make sure that you're thinking, you know, I can do this, be very fast, and make decisions about what I want over and under, right? But if you're just trying to kind of draw some stuff on, you're still not thinking about it dimensionally, right? You're like, oh, well, I'll come back here and do something like that. Well, no. You know, make the decision. I want this to be up. I want these to be down. So instead of just leaving it like that, come back through and put the line on it so you know that you're telling your story, because I think you get confused sometimes. And you leave things that are supposed to be over and under flat, and then you don't merge things that are, you know, I don't think you're making that decision at the right time. It should be right here when you're working this out, right? Because then you can draw lines over one another and get them up to where they're going. And I mean, you have a lot more freedom right here to do it than when you're already done, right? So think about how you want them to work as you're doing them, not as an after effect. No, the form's looking good. I just think that there are some very subtle messages that are, you know, you're fighting against. I mean, all in all, it's fine, you know. Now my, you know, me being me, like, these all look like separate shapes, right? You know, this is standing really proud. That's kind of diving under, but that might be proud. Or maybe I did that corner for you. But like, once again, what's going on here? You know, are these a set of scales that are literally going under one another? Hold on, I don't want that to be symmetrical. Right, see, you're just stopping your stroke short, so I don't know what's happening. Are they supposed to be, coiling? Is there supposed to be an air gap there? I mean, is that supposed to be a ridge in here that has these separated out? Or, is this supposed to view as a separate part? Or is it supposed to be these coming behind these? Or is it supposed to be weaving inside? With how you're laying these lines down, I kind of have three different stories here. I have one where it's supposed to be a gap, and this is supposed to look like a separate tool. Are these coming under, and this is clear? Are these coming under, and this one's stopping? Because, these lines were a little undisciplined. I don't know where you're heading with those. So once again, clarity is damn important, because every single one of these better look like it's doing the same thing, right? So don't get sloppy, make sure that aesthetically, whatever the story is, that you're telling it consistently, right? So I would say you need to make some decisions about what's happening here. Yeah, so they're more like this, right? But you can see how one miscut or one mislabeled, or not mislabeled, but one thing that's going over when it should be going under tells a completely different story, right? And you got to be very, very clear with these things. And make sure they go all the way through and all the way to your edge. Otherwise, you're not telling the same story, right? So clarity is very important at this point. And I understand that you're just drafting up, but this is when you need to be doing that. This is when these decisions are being made at this point. So make sure they were made, That's nice. One thing I would suggest is making sure that anything proud is below a larger striking plate on the bottom, because first day they wear this out, they go to their friend's birthday party, they tap the cement counter table, and you've just flattened those two dots out, right? Because there's nothing protecting them. So you want to make sure that in the age of the cement and marble countertop, that anything that can be squished is behind a flat sort of piece of metal that acts as a striking plate, so you don't mangle your minute detail, right? You want your detail, or anything that is mangleable, to be below a striking plate, right? Now, of course, you don't have to have detail on the bottom of your ring. That's a solution too. But if you put detail on the bottom of your ring and you do not want it to become flat, make sure that it is well behind something that is flat and can take a beating, right? So that's the thing you need to think of there, right? Does that make sense? Well, it's just, it'll show up, that's the key. Now, let's get up here. So we're obviously still working on this. Well, I mean, the only reason I say that is because this is all clean and sharp and this is pretty loose. So I do like that you chose bypass symmetry for this stuff up here. The easy way to go about getting bypass symmetry to work is go ahead and do this as quad symmetry, right? You know, get your lines in, get everything sort of where you want it, make sure everyone's matched up, right, as a quad. And when I say quad, I mean quadularly symmetrical, right? And so you can see here, this way you don't have to worry about it. Now, if you don't want it to be quadularly symmetrical, then I understand, ignore what I'm saying, but this is something to think about, right? Get everything sort of in its place. And that way you have guidelines for the more universal symmetry, if that makes sense. Right, we have these nice lines that are telling us where our surfaces are. Right, and I would just come in and make sure everyone kind of associates with one another. So if these lines are meant to come up and through, make sure that they actually do. Right. Okay, and now you can switch Y, radial 2, and then you can come in and do, oh, hold on, I squared everything out. I don't know which one went over where. Do they just crisscross? Sorry. Mr. Attention here. Oh, okay. It's just a flippo. Right, and so now with the quad symmetry, or with the radial symmetry, you can come in and do the 1 over and the 1 under. You have something like that going on, right? Usually it's better to shit. I'm having talking issues today. Usually it is better to do the one that is going under first, because then you get it making sense with its levels and stuff, and that way you don't have any big radical dives under the other surface, but you have a nice, smooth, obvious surface that then, when you come back over with the one that's going over, you don't have to struggle with those weird dents and stuff. They're actually going over and under. Righto. Make sense? And then whatever this thing's doing. Just kind of work on them in order, right? Get them kind of in place, go to the one in the back, come forward, go to the one in the back, come forward. And then that way you're always retaining a relative layer step, right? Whenever you have channels coming all the way over, either just make them subtle and go on. I will often finish them right here and just make an element. of some sort. It doesn't have to be big, but you are now finishing your design. It's not just some slop. It's a decision, right? It's not just what you were left with, but decisions. Intentionality is a big damn deal. But once again, remember that on the inside, it's far better to be kind of drawing as opposed to sculpting it on the band and stuff, right? You don't want anything that's going to be an aggravation there, but that should be fine. All right. I think, here again, and this just comes down to cleaning stuff up a little. It's a little lumpy. Get a shape. You'll notice I'll almost always define my reflection edge, right? I want a nice clean edge that makes sense as a reflecting surface. And then you can come in, and do whatever you want to do with it. It doesn't have to stay that way. But even if we drag these little lines all the way over the edge, right? If you notice, there's still that surface in there. So even if it doesn't have this edge, it still acts as a facet. Okay. If you do have a shape up here, either have it continue under, right, where it becomes an element, right, or close it off. Right. So either it's part of that or it's part of that. Right. So that could become sort of how I was viewing it, was this is a split from this edge. Right. That surface kind of splits right here and becomes its own surface. When I was seeing it in my head, that's kind of what I saw was happening. But it can be a freestanding object there, obviously. But either way, make sure that you're making that decision, right? Decisiveness, intentionality. Even because this stage where you're doing the block up or the sculptural block up is when these decisions have to be made. Right? You're not waiting on the end of this part to figure out if that's doing that. Right? Make sense? For this stuff under here? Well, once again, as long as you're keeping it flat, right? And this is where drawn on detail is okay, right? As we go inside, we don't want big lumpiness, but we can get a very nice finish. And I am obviously not being careful here, but and now this is where taking something like our carve tool, coming in, cutting a line in, coming back with pinch, pinching it together so it looks a little bit more. I just find pinching it brings the layers kind of together a little differently. I think it just looks a little bit more finished off. And you can see that's actually not really a layer, right? But psychologically, as you look across this, oh, it's finished. I would have it be a wee bit of a layer here. Just so it is actually a finished idea and not just a flat thing, right? But you can see you can come in and these have like no physical depth. But it will read as if it is a contrived surface, right? Does that make sense? Hello. Well, once again, I mean, you can do with what, I mean, you could, do that. You can do whatever you want. But my point is that these don't have to be big. They just have to be clear, right? That's not gonna bother anyone. That is like what? What's our guess? Maybe 0.2 of a mil? Maybe. It's not even 1/10 of a mil. That's 0.06. It's not even 1/10 of a millimeter. But it'll show. As long as you have a sharp edge, that 1/10 of a millimeter will show without a problem. Once again, as long as you don't have sadistic polishers, right, that'll show up just fine. So, having nice flat layers that separate things, just keep everything flat on the inside, right? Don't make that a half round, make it a flat surface with edges. Are there more models uploaded? That's funny. My scragged out voice at the moment. All right, download. No, that's Mike's ring. Has anyone else uploaded? Mike, I have like 6 versions of your ring. All right. So we have Sid. Is Sid next? Is that what you said? Is Sid here? Because we can do Sid because so-and-so wanted to. CG, right? No, we didn't need a 115 person raid. Thank you, CG Rocker, though. I just noticed that. I appreciate the raids class, so having 115 people jump into class isn't always the best deal. I know everyone's all gun shy today. Maybe because I said finish a ring. Alrighty, Sid, what do we got? Oh, well then we're not going to do Sid. Sorry, let's wait. All right, Sarah, it's you. Deal with it. I see someone spent a lot of time on suckers. um, yeah, I got up at 6 a.m. What about it? No, totally kidding. Um, okay. Hey, that's not fair. There are 27 people. Okay, so we're having some plane issues with our. I'm assuming that this is supposed to be our. This is one tentacle, or is this different tentacles? Hmm. I don't know what our lag is, but I'm gonna just do something real quick while I'm waiting to hear from that. Don't give her an amazing yet. We got some talking to do before she gets an amazing. And I think I can get away with this. Let's see. $45 seconds. Shit. Okay. That's annoying. Fine. I'm just doing this really quick. Super exciting. I know it. I know it. I know it. All right. Yep. Not gonna work. We had to come back here. I changed the size of our rectangle since our beginning. That has to be history state. Come back. Good God. My throat's ridiculous. If it goes on like this, I might have to go make some hot tea. I feel like I have. a huge lump in my throat. Come on. There we go. Okay. All right, once again, I think we just have some kind of planning issues here. Because you can obviously see that you're trying to get this to roll. This is actually coming out from under, right? So you need to have your planes consistent. Do we have one before? There we go. See right here how you have plane confusion? Use your tool to be able to create the plane, right? You know that it's coming under. So get it out first, right? And now you want it to come over here. And you sort of have a roll right there, but nothing's really rolling. It's lumping, right? So figure out really what you want to happen, right? So this is one part of the plane. It's coming there. But now you're kind of rolling, but you have this go sort of like this. So do you want it? You know, you've implied an over and under like kind of rotation. You're implying, you know, you want this to come from under. You want it to come and be on top. You want it to roll back under, right? So, but what's it going to do back here? Is it just, you know, you're not getting a really good dynamic swirl. You know, is it twisting there? Is it just having a notch where it's going, coming back down here and then up and in? And so now we can cut that back up. Changing directions a little. Because the nice thing about tentacles is you can get this rotation thing happening that's pretty fun. And so that changes the shape of this. Where you're seeing a little bit, right, we're getting the back of the tentacle now. I guess technically the front of the tentacle, but so let's take a look at that. Right, so you just need to figure out what is actually in front, what's behind, and make sure those planes are telling the same story. Does that make sense? As opposed to, and I think I went the wrong direction, you were rolling out here. But you see what I mean? This isn't rolling over that, that's just a flat line on it. Yeah, ask in chat. I mean, if you're not embarrassed, ask in chat. I have no idea what, nothing personal. I have no idea who you are. I don't recognize names. I see so many, it's just a blur. But please ask away. Well, I mean, okay, so because you know this model is going to have dramatically more geometry on the back side of it, and actually this can have, hold on, is this the block up? No. Yeah, I see. This is where I may very well block up the tentacles separately, not just out of the lump. So at this point, right, you're just doing it. You're getting it in there. You're like, okay, kind of like where it's at, right? And now you start to get the flow of your tentacles. You're like, okay, well, we're getting the flow of our tentacles. So let's just take this first one, right? Especially for octopi and squid, if you are actually going to do the suckers, sometimes you just need to come in. And get some geometry, get its rough position. You don't have to be super careful with it. Extract. Make this a negative extraction, because we want to go into the model, right? Extract, accept. And so now here we have, think this is garbage because it's, right, the model. I made it a little thick, but that gives us rough thicknesses. I'm going to take trim dynamic and just knock some of this crap down. I'm going to take inflate and kind of inflate this goop up just so that seam's closed, right? W. Remesh by Dynamesh, make it tiny, tiny, tiny. Accept. Now, this is if I am going to do suckers, right? Because I'm really anal about suckers. I hate sloppy suckers that make no sense. And the other thing is, I don't like tentacles that change thickness on me. It's a weird lizard brain thing for me, but it absolutely drives me BF nuts. So I want to make sure that it is thicker up here than it is down here. And here you can see that, this is a very common thing. You don't have to be as picky about this as I am, but I think it makes a very big damn deal because you do not lose your tentacle in the mess. Now, this is very stylized, so I'm not saying that this thin to this fat to this little thin, but the problem with having that fat right there is that if we have this tentacle right here and this tentacle right here, it's like, well, that's similar sizes and it just comes out, and this is all real thin, then it's now stylistically, I mean, there are hundreds of thousands of cephalopod things that do this. So fine, it's just one of my pet peeves. Even super stylized, a cephalopod's tentacle is thinner on the end than it is at the base. It's a cone. And you can play with how amazing these things are by having, and the other thing you have to think of, it's not round. It's half round, and then the little belly and the suction cups come off the little belly. So be patient with me. Okay, so, I roughly have my basic shape, right? I will come in and I will append a star, go to my star, turn that guy on, go W, and I will very quickly come in here and it can do it two ways, right? And it all depends on how I'm going about it. For this one, since I want to taper, I will often come in, get a long thing. I'm guesstimating the actual length here, masking that side off, and making that side smaller, deciding on the taper that I want, right? That's okay. I will now come in here and I'm going to squish this back down a little. I'm going to come in. I'm going to insert edge loop, multiple edge loops. And then I'm going to throw one in the middle. Oh, throw one in the middle. Oops. And we are going to get rid of the sides. Okay. Now, we can stretch this back out. Right? I'm going to stretch it out, but then I'm going to come down and I am going to mask these off and pull this closer, mask these off and pull that closer. Sorry, get back down to where it is, pull it closer. So now our percentages have changed a little, and I'll stretch it back out. And then I will also usually come in and do W and inset. Now, this can be a good way of going ahead and getting your foundation set up for these guys, right? You can do polygroup all, come in here and scale, and is that not polygroup all? you can get these to be a little more square. That's not the right one. Yeah, don't worry about it. You can get these to be a little bit more square. You can come back in and do it or whatever. But what you have is a foundation now for QMesh, polygroup all, right? Scale. There's a way to get it to where it does not scale to the center. Whatever. So now, divide, divide, divide. You have a rough, right? Oops, I have a hole there. Stitch. Right. Oh my God. This little keyboard is making me crazy. And what we will do also is delete this guy, because I want that to be rounder, right? So now when I divide, it's rounder. And I'm going to leave it at a low polygon right now. Well, you can, without a doubt. This just allows you to, I don't think you're really wrapping your head around what the tentacle is kind of doing, right? And so this way is, you can sort of get an idea of what your tentacle is up to, right? So you come here, and then you're kind of twisting it. You get it to come. And you can press these back down, right? And obviously this is too big, right? Go to lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. And now you can get your little groover kind of. Actually, I would bend this first. Twist. Sorry. Lower sub D. Delete higher. Come in and twist it. And then come in and bend it for a second. Actually, wrong one. Bend. Curve. We're going to stretch this out. Give me some more. Come on, you. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Just trying to keep things even at the moment, right? And this is where, what, a few more of these little buggers. So now you can kind of get that going. Right, twist the end, twist the end. Get some more dots in there. Boom. Make sure to start with few dots, and then you can move up. Right, so obviously this didn't have quite as many pieces as we needed it to have. Right, I don't quite have as many suction cups as I would like. But that's okay, because you at least have your form, right? And so now you can come in I would lower these back down real quick. Boom. So you can change your control points, right? All right, get one more row in there. You can see how we're getting a pretty extreme roll here because I changed that a little. So we'll twist that in a minute. Let's get this lower real quick. The nice thing about this is you can copy and paste the tentacle once you have it set up to the scale that you're actually looking for, right? Right, and you can come in, get your tentacles kind of laid in, and what you'll see is you have, you know, your nice transitional surfaces. Obviously, we probably needed to break this one up a little bit more, and it's just playing with it for a second and trying to get it, you know, in the right place. Get these in before you twist them, because as you move the contact points after the twist, it does some weird things. I just twisted a little too early. And now, come in, accept, divide, and you can see that you have your areas. Now you can do this, right, without putting the tentacles in, so you just have a flat plane there, and then you don't have to worry about that. Then you can brush in the tentacles. But I find that approaching your tentacles sort of in this format, where here, let's actually go back before we did the tentacles. Or and you just come in here and you Z modeler, delete that. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. Let's make this longer. All right, and so now you can do the same thing with the rectangle, right? Let's just get it thinner. Get it started where you want it. Make sure that your double side is facing the direction that you want it to be in, right? Bend curve. Make sure these points are as few as possible. I tend to like to start with 3 just to get things sort of in place. Right, you can see we want to get it there, so we just add the next set and drag them out so they're as even as possible. Next set. Well, here, let's do up and down right now. So we get an up, that's going under something, this is coming up and curling. Right, so we need, boom. So we need some extra geometry up here because we're going to curl it, right? Oop. Oh, that twist stayed in, sorry. There we go. This one's all twisted. There we go. Twist later. Move these little guys. You can see that we're sort of try to keep everyone even, right? Kind of where we're going, and now you can come back in. Let's do one more of these real quick. Boop. So get that kind of where it needs to be. Undo that twist. Undo that twist. Okay. So now we're a little cleaner there. Now we could roll this completely, but I'm not going to stress about that. Let's twist. And see, this way you can keep track of that twist plane, right? Let me turn transparency on. Let's actually just get this above this so I can see through it. There we go. Ah, shit. There we go. And you can see that you really start to visualize what's happening to that plane. And I find that this is a good way to kind of make these dramatic plane shifts. Right, and so now when you divide, see we have this little welt. It's once again, it's sort of like the snake bodies. You wind up with, hold on, let's hide that. You wind up with this ridge that can act as a guide for you, right? You can see it's coming all the way out here and then kind of coming in. I know I didn't curl the tip and I didn't fix that hole. But now what you do have is a concise path for your sucker bed. And you see now that they'll make sense as to where they're going. And, you know, you can come in and get everything where you actually need it. And don't just try to print, you know, obviously that trying to get things to bend well can be weird. Just go back in and sculpt it. Right. But I find that this is one of the best ways to deal with tentacles because you really can get them exactly where you want them, right? And your sucker bed makes sense, directionality. I would just merge them later on because once you get these things kind of in place, you're going to come in and you're going to, you know, come in and really just tap these forms so your negative space makes sense. Because, you know, you're doing this kind of flat and then you're going to come back in and go, oh, well, I want that to be more spirally and I need, you know, I need a little room here. Oh, like this got flat when I moved it. Okay. And that's why you can go in and deal with each tentacle separately. And the big advantage of dealing with each tentacle separately is you're like, oh, okay, well, that's not where this needed to be, right? Boom. And I can go W and I can just make it bigger. I can squeeze it down some. I can take move elastic and lower my res. And with my res low, with move elastic, I can just squeeze this into place. Right. I can come in here, make sure it's at surface. Right, and I have everybody where I need them. And then let's say we want to do the next one. Duplicate. And now I can bring this one in. This one's bigger, so we're going to make it a little bigger. We're going to hide this for just a second. Nope, hide that for just a second. Come back here. And we know that this all blends into the head, so we're going to make sure that those here at the front are at least at an even place. And now we can come in here, make that cross over. You know, get whatever it is to be whatever it is. Position it, you know. Make sure, like, you know, I'm going to smooth that out a touch. Just come back in and reinflate it some. Just so it's, you know, the right. It's a little lumpy. We're going to inflate it. Move. And see here, this is where you're going to sit and play with your negative space, right? Well, now it's a little clunky. We're just going to higher res it. And that gives us a little bit more room to do some of the subtleties of our airspace, right? And now we just come up high res, high res, high res, high res, high res, and you know, we have our directionality, we have our tentacles, we have our spin. And I probably would have copied this before I actually did it so I can make them spin in opposite directions or, you know, do things as such. But I find just composition wise, it's so much nicer to have your tentacles separated out. And then you can really look at them. You can really decide how they're playing together. You can decide how they're twisting, turning, and flopping, and turning, and flop, and flop. And with that bend curve, you can come in and really twist these very easily to get them to be facing different directions pretty fast. So I tend to do tentacles separately and with a flat bottom. And you don't have to do your tentacles first, obviously. Not, you know, these are all stretchy and mangly, but I think that shows you a little bit easier way to control your tentacles and really compose that part. This is one of those times when I would have everything separate. Now, this is a great place to start, right? You get in, you get your feel, you get where it's going, you get your mood, and now you can come in, do some fast tentacles, bend them, turn them, twist them, get them where they need to be. And then, and like for twists like this on the end, like I said, I wouldn't bother twisting my model. I would just give it 2 extra slices on the bottom so there's a little bit more geometry there. So when you divide it up, you can just sculpt that little twist in as opposed to trying to get that model to turn. Sure, who cares? Doesn't matter. I mean, because at the end of the day, right, hold on, let's... Duplicate, delete hidden, delete hidden, the whole lowest, highest subdivision level. Now you get down here and it's like, oh, it's got to be at the highest. It's like, Delete hidden. Higher res. Delete lower. Close holes. Okay, so you know, you're here, you got your little groover in, you're pretty stoked about how it's happening. I'm gonna drag this surface in so it actually blends with that tentacle a little better. Right, so you get that little octopus hump face thing going on. That's fine. Want that over there. You've done whatever the hell you've done here. You're super happy with everybody. Oops. Because we're only going to see it from this angle. You're like, okay, well, I'm pretty happy with this. So what I tend to do at this point, since I have something that then in turn is going to another model, like I'm kind of abandoning all my parts and I've decided this is what I like, I will do a merge visible. Merge visible creates a new tool. So now this tool is only those parts, right? Now if I want to work with them separately, I can always come down and split the parts. But for now, this is okay. Now let's trim this crap off just because it's floating around back here. Trim rectangle. My shoulders aren't supposed to sound like that. And so now we know that these are all three different subdivision levels, right? And so come in, W, remesh by union. Is my camera on? I normally don't use a camera with you guys. I'm a broken down old man. In a minute, after I show this one, I'm probably going to go back to the kitchen. I'm going to microwave some water, so I'm drinking hot water, not just cold water. Because my throat's scratchy and I don't know why. It wasn't earlier, something I did. I coughed or whatever, and that was that. So if you notice also we're at 12.1 million. This should get rid of some, well, not too much. There's not that much overlap, but you get the idea. All right. So now you see we dropped 2 million polys just from the overlap. So now we know that we have a shell except. And this is where you have all your detail. All this lovely detail. This is a place where we can come in, turn on Sculptris Pro, get my brush a little big, right? In intersections like this, we can Sculptris Pro down. And that'll homogenize this geometry right here. Oh, or it won't. Sculptris Pro doesn't like big models. One sec. Isn't there a sculptress thing? Oh wait, it's memory. Oh, we're 10-5. Damn it. Maybe it'll do it for me. No. I'm 490 polygons too big. All right. Fuck. So this is a good time where you can use Sculptris Pro as long as you don't have a 20 million poly model. And you can come in and homogenize these geometries to where they're going to, where they won't have these seams, right? Here, let's just, oh, so frustrating. But you can see that you can keep your original geo counts. And, I mean, we don't have to use Sculptris Pro, obviously. I can come in here with clay and just now work on this. Oops. Come on. But you can see you will get these weird spots. Now, I need this down to 1. And I'll get rid of some of that. Right? And so you can see you can come in and you can do some minor sculpting work. If you have dense meshes like these, you can obviously do much more sculpture work on them and get your model to where it needs to be without futzing with it too much more. And so you can, at this point, we don't have subdivision. We do not have subdivision levels, right? But what we do have is pseudo final geometry, right? If everything was where it should be, and all we have to do is come in here and clean up edges, we can get away with a lot of this here without remeshing. Especially, like I said, if our geometry is almost perfect, and adding some touches. This stuff right here is no problem because we decimate this. This is way too big. We decimate and then come in with Sculptris and just clean those seams up at the final moment. So, does that make sense to everyone? Yes, this is a shell. Remesh by union, create shells. Shit, no, escape. I use, stop it, escape. You got to go back to normal selection. There we go. Right, see, it created a shell. Anytime you do this, though, remember, auto group. You see how long it's taking? There's scrap in here, so auto group. And then hold down Control Shift and tap your surface. And then split hidden. And let's see what we got. That's all the noise it left. Those are all the weird little shells it created when it remeshed by union. Because, like I said, it doesn't understand to get rid of stuff inside the shell. As long as these are little closed scrap, as long as that outside shell's closed, it doesn't care about that crap. Right? So you can see that it created a little fold there, a little fold there. So we turn all that off. That's gone. And now this should be a shell. Let's just do close holes. Check mesh. Close holes. Analyze selected subtool. There you go. And so it's a shell, right? You just have to get rid of all this crap because merge down. We know this is a good shell, right? But get metal prices for subtool. See how it says current tool is not watertight? Notice this word right here. A single watertight mesh. So because there are other meshes in here, this will always fail. And there are times that I'll sit there and I'll do this, fail, do this, fail. I'm like, I know this is close. And then you're like, oh yeah. Auto group. Tap on our surface. See how we have delete hidden right here? I'm just splitting so you guys can see it. Normally I'll never split it. I just hit delete hidden. And this is the crap that is preventing that from registering as a shell, even though it is a closed watertight shell. Noise shells will create not a single watertight shell. Dynamesh can leave things, yes. Not, okay, I'm gonna wipe everyone's thing so I can. Oh, about the ring. Assassinated, sorry. Yeah, Gmail would probably be the best way to do that. Just send me an email. TOMASMUL@gmail. Yeah. Sorry, this is a class, or I'd just deal with it. Hold on, I'm going to lose everyone's commentary. Because I need to make sure that I'm there. Okay. Cool. All right. So does that make sense to everyone? Are we on the same page now? Do we understand how to get rid of extra noise shells and garbage? Do it anytime you do a Boolean object. It tends to do it more with Boolean than it does with Dynamesh, but Dynamesh can leave residue without a doubt. So anytime, the first time you try to run a mesh, you close holes, you fix the mesh, you run it, and it doesn't work. Close holes one more time. It doesn't run it. Try auto group, split to parts, and I think that should do it. Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, I'd be happy to look at that. I don't know how many students we have. We might be able to look at it in a bit. People are. All right. So, delete. Okay. All right. But you can see, well, that's a bad line. Oh well. I'm not going to sit here and comment on bad tentacle lines when I put them in there. Okay. But all in all, I mean, the part's fun. It looks exciting. It's getting there, I just think that this is just totally one of my damn issues because I am such a cephalopod geek. Cephalopods aren't balloons full of oatmeal. Pet peeve of mine. Just saying. Yeah. No, it's cool. Yeah, of course. So if you're trying to make a seamless Z-tractor, X-tractor, good guy. Come back over here. Now remember, this was just a plane. I tend to work on planes just because you get the most resolution out of them. When you're trying to do a seamless one, often this will cause you much grief, as we remember from last week. So what are we going to do? We're going to come here, take this, make it a polycube. That's fine. Delete lower, make a polycube. And this is one of the times where I will put extra geometry here and extra geometry here, but not extra geometry here. That way the front and back will have more geometry, if that makes sense. Make it flat, make it long. And now here I'm going to come back in and divide this up where these are a wee bit more square. Because you notice how on the tentacles and stuff we started to get stretching pattern through them? It's not that there wasn't enough geometry, it's that the geometry was longer this way than this way. So there's just twice as much geometry going one direction than the other. So it's worth sacrificing your subdivision tools here because we don't care, right? This isn't about being able to have your sub-Ds. This is about making sure you have even geometry for these patterns. They help a lot. We're going to make this a little thicker, just so I don't want to punch through it. All right. So now we're going to divide this up. We do not, this is important too, turn smooth off. You do not want those edges to curve off at all. That has to be a good, flat, clean surface. Divide. Okay. Turn that off. Okie dokie. So now, okay. So I am going to, let's just go to standard. All right, we're just going to use these. And once again, the other thing I kind of like about Extractor is that you can make these where they're not all exactly the same, right? And I think especially in tentacles and stuff, this, I'm being a little melodramatic there. I find that this actually gives it a nice feel as opposed to it being perfect. Now here in the middle someplace, we just want to make sure that we have a place that we can cut these in half, right? And so I'm going to come here and just make sure, see that's a clean cut line right there. Close enough spit on. Except those are all small. See, I got bigger as I went down. Hold on, let me make these kind of close. All right. So now we have our little section cups. Those are a little weird, but that's okay. We'll go there. And so now, what I'm going to do is we can either do this as a split or a double trim. It's up to you. Because if you split, you have to close holes. So let's just do this as a trim. I'm going to duplicate this twice. This is just so we're keeping this super easy, right? We're going to hide that one. I'm going to go to trim rectangle. I'm going to get out of queue. I'm going to come up here and trim this to right there. We are going to delete lower, come up here and cut right here. And then we're going to come here We're going to delete lower. We're going to come right here, come back and trim to the same place. Okay. So you can see that technically in this it's not quite so bad because each one of these patterns is separated, right? But like in a snake scale or something, you just line it up with that line. And now here we know that because like these in all reality don't go together. Oh, you know what we can do? Watch this. Hold on. I'll see how I can make this more clear. Sorry, this was kind of a bad example. Q. Let me take. Control 1. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. So now you see that these are not perfectly the same, right? And here, let's just come in here and do this. Does everyone understand why I'm doing this? Because otherwise that was just a clean split. So there's nothing we had to make match. And that's the whole point. We need to make something match. All right, so now, right? So now, let us delete this one and duplicate this one. We're going to come here, Control Split, come down to that little area I made where we can split it. Delete lower. And split. Delete lower. Come up here and cut that off. Okay, so as we can see, right, we now have this pattern that, of course, I didn't cut it exactly. My bad. But you can see that these two edges, if I had cut it exactly, these two edges would be perfect. Does that make sense? So now what we do is we just come up here. We drag this down here. We bring these in. Right? We now take these, merge them down. I come in here with a brush and I make sure that just, this seam where those intersected, right, now is clean, and you come in and you just brush in. So that area, there is no separation, right? And let's look at this. Auto group. Right, so you can see how this is an amalgamation of the two. You just got to make sure that you can't see that seam. And we know for a fact that this seam and this seam are exactly the same, right? So now, come back to here. Let's undo our suction cups. So we have a plane that's the right size. And of course, normally I would have duplicated this beforehand. Now we're going to Q, we're going to W, we're going to drag you down. Okay, I'm going to stretch this out just a little bit more. Make sense? And now I'm going to take this, merge this down. And now we're going to take these edges. And once again, this is where, you know, these have a clean split, but this edge doesn't. So what I want to do, turn Q off, bring our brush in once again, and we are just going to smooth this edge out just a touch, just so there's a little blur over. Right. I'm like, why am I getting that seam? Why I'm getting that seam is because I did not do this. W. Remesh by union. I should have just Dynameshed this because this is bigger than my Sculptris Pro tool. No, the first class didn't do their crit. Oh, well, no, you're right. They did do the ring crits. Well, I mean, we can just turn it into a Q&A later if we have other questions. So, Sarah, what are you confused about? One sec. I wasn't duplicating this, so I don't have all the parts. Yeah, I need someone to help me with my Discord. I'm a ding dong. I don't know what the hell I did to my Discord, but I think I broke it. I'm not good at the social media stuff, sadly. I apologize. I have a very bad attitude about it all. I really do. Okay. So now we're meshed by union. We come back in here, clay tubes. I do not have smooth stronger selected. That is why none of my smoothing is working, obviously. Come back in and just let this go kind of flat. That go kind of flat, right? Just make that a little softer. Get this out so this goes kind of flat. SK trim, let's get that just a little flatter. So these edges fade out, right? Now you want them to fade out after the design, if that makes sense, right? You don't want it to fade out before the design because you want that little ridge, right? We want that ridge in the design. So we're just going to take clay tubes and go here. Go here. This is where we can come back in with planer just to make sure that there is that little line, right? It just takes a little work to clean it up. SK trim. Da, da, da. All right, so we've cleaned up our middle area here, right? So it looks like one piece. We've softened our edges a touch. Now this is where I like to use fucking allergies. I like to use Lazy Nezumi for this because otherwise, when you start your brush, if it's on a texture, it can start off and that can become a problem. And so we're going to put the middle here. We are going to turn Lazy Nezumi on a straight edge and make it go up and down. Right? We're going to make sure our brush is bigger than our pattern. Right? See how the brush woggles like that as it's going over the pattern? You can see it change position. Lazy Nezumi will lock that brush into action. So now we're going to go Extractor, make sure it's bigger. It is. I tend to like to have more space out here. So when I do this, I don't run over the edge. So here, let's do this real quick. Let's turn symmetry on. What's going on? Why are you doing it like that? Turn symmetry on. Okay. We're going to come in here and just get tabs with soft. W. What the shit? Why are you behaving like this? And now we go W, drag ourselves out to the edge here, and just stretch that out a little. It just gives us a little bit more room over here with a pattern. Okay, turn that off. Now, Extractor from brush, turn Lazy Nezumi on. Get into the center of your pattern. And, oop, Shai Saliba, sorry. Escape, stop. Nope, stop, stop, stop. I was getting excited there. Got a little ahead of myself. You miserable cocksucker. I hate you when you act like an asshat. Okay. Let's hope this recovers. I really did have to use the restroom. I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom and I'm going to make hot water. Did it stop? Yay, look at that. All right. Okay. The water pitcher is too big for the microwave, so we do not get that. All right, so let's try this again. I just randomly start it. You have to start in a specific place. So, I know it is strange. I don't know, did I piss everyone off? Okay, so, where's my, there it is. Okay, extractor from brush. Now you want to start right at the tip of the pattern, right? And then we're going to drag it down. And see how the brush isn't moving around? And this allows us to get right, boop, to the tip of the pattern. So now that pattern should stop right there and right there. And because we know that these two edges actually came from the center, it's a tileable pattern. Does that make sense? I know, disgusting. My throat just hurts. I think the world reopened a little today. Maybe everyone just had to go out and go shopping or something. All right. So now this is going to sit and think for a decade. So Sarah, I have a question. What does first mean? Oh, founder. 1 month subscriber. Oh, you subscribe? That's adorable. I'm like, I don't even know what this thing is. What is this first label? Most people don't subscribe to me because I don't stream all the time. I didn't even know what that was. I don't think I've ever had a subscriber. Thank you. I don't do Dance Dance Revolution and tank top, so my subscription base, I think, is pretty low. It's funny, we have 33 people watching, or only like 5 of them from class. Hold on, I have Discord here somewhere. While we're waiting for the machine to do its thing, because once again, I'm doing this on a 13 million poly model. Did it do it? It did it. Wait, what's that weird square there? It looks like I did something to this alpha. Hold on. See that square? I don't know what I did there. And it's not level. Okay, well, let's do this then. Maybe I did the wrong thing here. I think I did the wrong thing by trying to show you how it needed to be seen. I did the exact wrong thing and created an uneven surface. Oops, sorry. Is there still something in the center? No. Okay. Yeah. Where you you have to be very careful where you history because I've done a bunch of changes to this. So in turn, it is saving a history artifact in there from somewhere where I saved it. So we need to be careful that we save it right before we did this. I think that when I was showing you this, why the edges aren't there is because I put this lip on it. And that lip made it not even with the surface. So you have to have your pattern in the position where the this surface is flat. Does that make sense? Do we kind of see where I pork the pooch on this? So we need to, we can do all that, but this has to be planar or we lose it. So yeah, see, I have a different history state started because this is not returning. Causing grief. Oh my God, now you're giving me a headache. See, the problem is with this stuff, you kind of have to be on the ball when you're thinking about it because you do something in the wrong order and everything is just a mass of pain in the arse. And of course, I don't have my history levels because I didn't save my stuff. I was trying to be quick. Oh, fuck it. That was it. I'm done. Fuck this guy. Please, you're done. I'm out. No more. Okay. Oh, that's true. Roll function does work. Yeah. I'm just not necessarily 100% here. The fact that I deleted everything was really, I mean, as I was going along instead of duplicating. I'll show you later. I'm pissed with that thing right now. The key with tileables is you just have to cut it in half and flip them, and then you just blend the center together. The key with extractor, here, let me, because you were also talking about the edges, right? The key to extractor really is another thing you can do that would help you is if you are going to be using Extractor quite a bit, set up your grid, right? Get one of these polycube. Now, if you're just doing plain Extractor, don't use a polycube, just use a plane. You just get better usage of your geometry. Right, but remember, because we're starting with these primitives, the history brush is going to go back to where this starts. So what you can do if you plan to use the Extractor brush a lot is turn this into a tool, and then you can just load a clean base scaled Extractor where you don't have to worry about where its history state is. So here, we do this. You're just going to be paying my asshole. Okay, let's just double that out. We'll make a guess. There we go. We're squares. Divide, divide, divide. Turn smooth off. Divide, 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 divide. Get up to that 4 million. Oh, I added squares, so it'll be... Let's divide that one more time just so you have a clean. All right, so now you can take this, save as, go to this PC, program files, Pixelogic, 2021-3, tools, Extractor base. And now, delete all. Now you can come in, load tool, or just come up to Lightbox, go to tools. You have your Extractor base right there. And now this is the history state, right? This is 1. So now you don't have to worry about it going back. Now you have a clean Extractor base. That's a square. It's nice. And now I'm just going to, it's funny, I don't have a bunch of good alphas, but let's take that, turn Lightbox off, turn that off, come here. No, we do not want this going on in trim front. Standard. Change. Right. Go to Extractor, get your brush, larger. Wow, I made that huge. How big is that? All right, whatever. There. Okay. So now, oh, you know what? We just changed it. Motherfucker. Sorry, guys. I'm just not really thinking perfectly straight here. We'll just deal with it being huge. Okay, it's huge. Here, we'll just change our dynamics brush. And this is why you change your dynamic scale, so you can have something that's friggin' huge. All right, once again, go to here, from brush. My brush isn't big enough. I'm going to change the size. Got to turn that off so I can go sideways. Change the size so it's going past the brush. From brush, turn on extractor. From brush. And I'm going to start in the middle of these. Now you're going to see this won't tile perfectly because I'm standing in the middle of those. And how did my brush get smaller? Make sure that you're locked. Start the pattern where you want to start it. End the pattern where you want to end it. Lift off. And now this should not have the side seams. Because remember, you got to remember that your plane is 0. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm losing my mind. Well, you don't have to use the cube ever, but combining these, trying to get these to mesh together with no thickness can become a real trick. It can become a problem. And that's what I had. You have to do it very carefully, and you have to close things off before you try to do it. And the last time I didn't do that, and remember it had the weird steps and stuff in it. So if you're trying to make a tiling alpha, it's easier to use something that has thickness to it. And so now you can see that that does not have the edge seams, right? Because it goes back flush. And that allows you to kind of, you know, tile them together. You can come back in and it just comes down to how careful you are with your brush, right? Make sense? Okay. All right. So we did Mikey. We talked about Sarah's. Sid's still not here, right? Let's delete that. Did anyone load up to Dropbox? Is that where we were? Actually, I don't. What works with? Oh, so he was using the roll to get the VDMs to tile. I remember in the beta he had the VDMs tiling, and I couldn't remember which one it was. But roll, we'll play with that. Thanks for bringing that up. Do you have a link to that video? I mean, I can play with it in a minute. We're going to have plenty of time. But I knew that he was getting VDMs to tile, and I couldn't figure out what it was. So it's your curve, you turn on curve function, and then you do roll step, and that should do it. Mm. Oh, sorry, I got distracted on the outside of the ring. You mean like this? What do you mean if the inside reads well? You mean as sort of like a rock structure or something that it's hugging onto? Yeah, no, it doesn't bother me at all. I would still be very, very careful about, a lot of you are doing this where you're um, you're still blading all these edges out. Avoid sharp edges, because when this gets sweaty, or if your finger swells and you're stuck, that turns into an X-Acto knife, and it becomes a very nice thing to try to get your finger out of. Don't leave edges sharp. That's the only thing I would say. Because people do leave their rings on too long, and people do go out dancing and do whatever they do. So try not to leave sharp, blady edges, right? No, I mean, it looks nice. I would do something to differentiate your texture in some format, and you kind of have it going. But once again, here, you just want to make sure that you have separation, right? They can be the exact same texture as long as you have good separation of your parts. Does that make sense? But, that's where just going a little bit with, just a texture. That does something different than your part really helps delineate sections, right? Even though that's not showing up real well from afar, but I think you know what I'm saying, right? See, just even a little texture really help differentiate from the base. And the other thing, and this will help if you do the tentacles separately, right? See how you get this creep up to the intersections? And this is something that, once again, kind of everybody does. It's not you, it's kind of everybody until you figure out you shouldn't do it. And that is, make sure at the intersections, let's get out of here. Come on, back out. Back out, you cheesy bastard. See how flat that is right there? Scheiße. See how these kind of come up at the tips here? Whoop. Whoop. right? So you want to make sure that these surfaces are pseudo-relative, right? And I think that, just by taking this stuff, well, here, this is an obvious planar issue, right? You can just take planar and knock that back and off. And usually it's a couple steps because these are curves, right? So just kind of planar your way into that edge. So now that surface is going under that surface. Same thing here, just get a lot of the stuff can be planar solutions. Right. And then I tend to want to just move all this down just a touch. And I know I didn't go all the way to the edges there, but you can see just by doing that, right? You get clarity off of this. These surfaces aren't creeping up to the tentacle. The tentacle is sitting on a surface. And I just think you get a lot more clarity off of your background as opposed to just trying to figure out what is happening, right? Like, it's okay if there is a lump in this, but make sure that the lump isn't necessarily just climbing up to these intersections, right? Because these intersections are really where most of the depth is. Look, you have two tentacles going through there. And look at how flat it is right there. So, this is where create your, get a little distance in there, plane, or flatten that out. And, don't be afraid to have some depth there. You see what I'm saying? As opposed to it being traveling with the curve, you turn those edges into these micro steps and you lose some of that edge fidelity, right? It just becomes this flat ribbon thing as opposed to a tentacle. Well, and also remember that you can, obviously, not being super careful. And this is another reason when I do cephalopods, I like to do the tentacles separate. Get it roughed in like this, but then do the tentacles separate. But if you are doing it as one piece, remember that you can get it. Control W. And now you can come in, tap, and look at what your rock's doing. You can always split it. That's this point, close holes, kind of fill this in, get it, and then reproject. Right? If you're having an issue with trying to get the rock to work right, you can just get a subtool that is just the band, sculpt it with the rock effects, and then mask the other one and just reproject your rock effects, and that can work easily as well. But that's what I'm saying. When you have things that are the thing about like cephalopods as opposed to like Celtic knots is that Celtic knots are just flat. They lay on top of one another. But your cephalopod is, the profile of the cephalopod is never this, right? It's always going to be sort of this. You get your little muscle lump, you get that, and then you get your sucker bed, right? So just like the snake, right? You kind of have that ridge on top, this sort of shape. These are the two big muscles. And then you have your belly scales, right? So none of these things are just round. And, these create for really good reflective surfaces. Those create for a nice bounce surface. It gives you a ridge. You have a texture change. Same thing with cephalopod, right? It's kind of doing this. Here's a little ridge, sucker, sucker, ridge, right? And so at no point are you ever going to, oh, I have that damn, I really need to change my, this is really annoying. Okay. Undo history. No. Quick saves. Make this 20. Now, preferences, config, store config. Now, why do I think it's a save UI? It's not store. Nope. Not the configuration. Is it? We'll see if that worked. I always get confused. Some things save with one thing, some things save with the other. Sometimes I can just never get shit to save. All right. Damn. I thought that he had, hello. I thought that he had VDMs rolling in one of them. Who knows? That's the problem. Like some things work in beta and then they never work again, or they don't work in beta. Like I didn't use ZRemesh for 6 months because it didn't work in the beta, and I tried it a couple times. It didn't work. I was just like, wah! And then it was like 6 months later, one of my students was like, why aren't you just remeshing? I was like, that doesn't work. And I had someone who was in my class who was also on the beta, and it was like, no, Tomas, that only didn't work in the beta, you jackass. So, yes. All right. We need to go here. Did I not just download that? There you are. Dun dun dun. Alrighty. Cool. I do think that, so everybody, SK trim polish. SK trim polish does not aggress the edges. So, and you may not want this super crisp, but just so you know, SK trim polish is the tool that I use to flatten out a surface and then retain a sharp edge. So you do it once and then you come in and do it again, just nice and slow. And then you can also come into the inside edge. SK trim polish does not aggress the edge. So we can come in here. And you can see that instead of rolling over the edge, it's going to roll up to and then kind of just support, almost pinch, right? So you can see you can really quickly clean up some of that stuff with SK trim polish. And obviously I wouldn't want to muff my design, so that's where you come in here and, you know, mask that off so it's not muffing your design. But you can see that that can very quickly help you get rid of a lot of that. If there are lumps, don't try to do it with trim polish. Come on, kind of sculpt it off. Then use trim polish. You'll be a little happier there. That makes sense? Just so you know. Yeah, it's really, what's really funny, it's really just stroke discipline. It's just being smooth and knowing how hard to press. It's not. And what's really funny is you'd be surprised how when you're actually polishing this stuff, you know, half of that's going to go away anyway. It doesn't matter. But if you want something that's just a wee bit sharper, you can get slightly cleaner, sharper edges just by, right? All right. Looking good. I'm still thinking that this right here might be a little too deep. See how much you're infringing on your surface there? I think that that might be a little uncomfortable, where by making those edges flat and not half round, right? Just coming in and knocking them flat. And you can get most of your detail, right? And then you can come back in and cut that detail back and in. But I think you're going to be happy wearing it with that a little bit flatter. But it's going on your fingers, so it doesn't matter. But just remember that flat things on the inside of your ring, and you can see I'm not changing it dramatically, right? But the flat things on the inside of the ring are going to wear much more comfortably. All right. I think that once again, a final pass of SK Trim Flatten can help you determine some of this stuff. Right, it's going to clean up some of this lippy, edgy stuff. Of course, if that's the aesthetic you're going for, please ignore what I'm saying. Right. Right. My brush is a little strong. I don't know what's going on there. Clean that up. I think that all of a sudden becomes kind of a weak form. Are these meeting? Is that going behind that? I know you're not done. I'm just throwing stuff out there. Because the second you break the shape of your base shape, right? Because if you notice, doing this here, you put these lumps right here, which change this distance right here. If you're going to do that, make sure there's a reason, because that all of a sudden is going to become a very important part in that silhouette. And if it's for nothing, people are going to be dissatisfied. They're going to look at it and go, well, what the hell's going on? Why is there something going on there? If it's not important, why is it there? Right? So think about what's happening here, because you're also doing it here, right? You're coming in, you're making it thinner. Right, you have this line, it kind of comes here, but then you have this scoop. If you're going to make it a hitch or something, make it a hitch, right? Get it make it an intentional form. Right, you don't want these weird little transitions being lumpy. You want a good, clean form. This is going this way. This is going this way. What is this doing? By returning up here, you're not even really framing your flower, right? Now, if you came here, that's allowing the flower to break both edges of that. So this is just something that's sitting behind the flower detail. So that needs to be a more conscientious decision. Thank you. Thank you. But, I mean, you're still working on it, so I'm not expecting miracles, but... And then the other thing is, because these are definitely two distinct different things, I think before I started sculpting this, I would have separated these edges, right? So you don't have this stroke rollover, and then you could have masked it and just gotten rid of it. I think that you need to, because you're putting texture on a surface, make sure, especially in a case like this where it's a rough alpha or a rough texture going on, make sure you can separate it from your base form so you don't get this crossover. Because you had, or you should have had, a pretty crisp block up, right? Yeah, I mean, your block up, no, your block up's good. And so you could have, the problem is, and honestly, we can come in here and kind of fix it right here. We're just going to slide this back. So this edge is at the same angle and roughly the right thickness, right? Come in here and adjust this where it's the right thickness. And this should have, come out to be, a nice sharp edge. But in your sculpting, you can see that you got it a little wonky, right? And to be deadly honest, no, you're going to need these to be the same, but I probably would have tried to get that to be even at the angle that I want it, right? So I'm making that double surface the flat surface, and then that way it's double supported when you try to sculpt on it. And then here I would I'm going to duplicate, delete higher, just organizational wise. I probably would have come in at this point, Z modeler, and polygroup, polyloop. Now, there we go. And polygrouped these edges. Right? So now you have your polygroup set up. So when you come up in the next one, right, you can just come in and tap the surface, and now you can just apply your texture here. Keep it separated. Use your polygroups to organize your texturing surfaces if you can. It'll make it easier for you to control, right? But now here, obviously, because we have subdivision levels, I can't just do it with the Z modeler. But let's come back up here and as we're moving up, you can see what I mean by right? Even just by coming in at that base and tucking that edge in, you can see how we're getting a little bit more separation from that edge. But if that were polygrouped, you could just close that off and you'd never have to touch this. And this could stay very sharp the whole time, right? Cool. Does that make sense? Because here, let's do it this way. Now also, I think because we're doing this a little backwards and this already has sculpting on it, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this to be quite as segregated as I want. Oh my God. It's these damn thistles. It's like we have 100 million white thistle clouds and it just... Allergies suck. All right, so... And once again, normally I would take this whole edge. I probably would have made this a little prouder. And I would have taken that whole edge and turned it into a poly group so I could once again separate a little. But here we will do this. And we're going to separate it like that. And then we're going to take you and make you flush. I think cleaning this up some will show you just a little bit about how it'll clean as we divide up. Okay, so we're sort of there. This is messy, so it's not really going to work perfectly, but hold on, I know what we can do. Let's delete this. Okay, so now I can take this and we will try to get it a little more even. And then we're going to drag this out. I'm going to just load this edge a bit just to try to get it to retain some of the stiffness as opposed to do not do this, right? If you just leave this clean, you won't run into this problem. I'm just trying to get this to kind of eliminate some of the stuff that you had sculpted in. So I am going to edge loop this just so we can kind of keep this sharp. No, well, what am I doing? I'm a jackass. We have this beautiful thing called crease. I tell you to use it. And then all of a sudden, edge loop complete, boom, boom, boom. All right. And actually, we're going to do it here as well. Divide, 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 divide. Divide, divide. Project all. I know my angle changed a little, but this is probably just easier as a demo. Every time I try to make an easy demo, it never works. It always turns into a complete shit show. All right, so there we go. So now, right, you have that clean edge. You can texture all you want. I know that I changed that edge, sorry. But, you know, no, I didn't crease that inside edge. But by creasing that edge, creasing, you can retain that sharp. And look, we don't have to go back and polish it. It's nice, it's clean, it's sharp. And, you know, you have your form. Well, I know, that's why we went back to crease. I told you I'm not 100% today, guys. Give me a break. So does that kind of help you strategize? So in the block up, you're not just planning your block up. You're also trying to get your poly groups where you want them. For if you know that you're texturing in places that you need to get separated, do it now, right? You know, get these forms set into a place where they're easily usable. And then that way, you know, if you do want this to be a solid frame, just use creasing and poly groups and you can keep it clean. And you can see that, you know, your texture can end nicely. And if you, does that make sense? Right. And I think this very clearly shows you the benefit of keeping those poly groups sorted out. And, you know, even if you were doing this by hand, you just come in here, tap it, and, you know, you do your, I think your standard, if I'm not mistaken, you're stroking this, and it is this one. Or something like it, right? And so, you know, you can come in, do this by hand, and it's the exact same thing. You know that you're doing a texture here. Come in, do it by hand. Great. You're loving it. You can come back in, futz with it all you want. You're like, actually, you know, I really want a little bit more thickness in here. I want it to kind of fall over a little, that ridge, so it looks like it's getting some fall off. I don't want that quite to be as sucked in. Right, you can come in here and do all kinds of crap to this. You can lower the subdivision level. You can smooth it out, get it kind of back where you wanted it. Right, remember I pinched all that weird stuff up there. Well, now we're just relaxing that off. We're relaxing our surface. Higher res, come back, knock that off. Higher res, come back, knock that off. Higher res, come back, knock it off. And now, once again, go to standard. You're using scatter, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Get your bass rhythm in. Smooth out. the intensity a little bit more. Now you come down here and add your heavy. There you go. And obviously, when I smooth that, because that wasn't a good creased edge, right, I was going from your sculpted geometry, that relaxed a little, but oops, that's not what I was trying to do. Right? Lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res, lower res. And so because we had that relaxation, you can see when I relaxed it, it slid there. Here's where you can come back in. We're not smoothing, we're not doing crap. I'm just taking slide and moving that back into place where I wanted it. This is why we keep our subdivision levels, right? Come back up and look at it. You know, so you can sit, tune it, and futz with it. Take it, mask it, come back, and now you can, you know, if you want a, like a lip there, clay, turn it into, right, clay fill. Right, and this way you can do whatever the hell you want out here. And you're not infringing on your geometry or your hard surface, right? Slide takes the plane that it's on and moves it on the plane. Where move, you can wind up changing depths. So if it's, here, let's go. So if you take move, let's say you're on the right curve, right? The plane is going where you want it. It's just that lip is moved. So if we take move, not move elastic, but move, you're doing this, but you're not guaranteeing that you're doing it from here to here, right? If you're not paying attention, you can change, you know, you can do this, you can do that, right? Where slide is, now if you don't pay attention, you don't touch the right place, slide can do the same thing. But if you're touching your point, it's going on this plane and you're not changing your plane information, you're just moving it along its coordinates, right? You see what I mean? We haven't gone up and down, it's just sliding that point. But now if the angle's different, like out here, right? Because we put a fat edge here. Here you would probably want to use move, because if you notice, the angle of the slide is too high, right? Does that make sense? Where here, you can come in, grab move, just kind of get on the right plane, pay attention. You're like, okay, we're a little high there. And so you'd come in, get this to where you want it. Oops. That would change direction. And now just come in and make sure that is right along the edge you want it. Now that's going to turn into a gap because I didn't shove it in there, but right, at least now it's on the same plane. Make sense? All right, so move and move elastic are just going off of different function zones, okay? So move brush is taking this area, right? It's taking your center of action, and it is going to try to come and end its action by the fall off distance, okay? And you'll get a little pull, but for the most part, this is what it's trying to do. So we're going to take our brush. We're going to move it. Now, hold on, let's turn our lines on here. And let's get our brush out to the edges there, right? You can see that we're on those two edges, or on those two lines. I'm going to pull this up and see how it's trying to stop all our information by the edge of the fall off, right? Move elastic doesn't do that. Move elastic takes the center information, and then it's going to try, hold on. It's going to use this as the base pull area, right? And then it is going to try to get a smooth curve all the way around, depending on the brush size, obviously. But, so now let's do this again. See how it's just trying to make it as smooth as possible? And it's based on the center of the brush pull. But you can see here, it's trying to get it to be a nice smooth curve. It's not about super melodramatic. And also, the higher your resolution on move elastic, the smaller the effect space, right? You can see here, it's still, because we're at a high res, it's still trying. See how it's working within the fall off? Because there's enough geometry to make a smooth curve within the fall off. But let's lower res. And you can see that that area of effect, right, it works differently at high res and low res. Does that make sense? Move elastic also is a wee bit more aggressive. And the other thing it does that the other one doesn't is if you hold down Alt, it's going to go 90 degrees off the surface wherever you touch, and it's going to pull straight up. Move doesn't do that. This is a move elastic feature. Topological is a low poly brush. It doesn't like high polys. Oh, these are already joined. Don't I have it where it's not joined? Of course not. All right, let's go to your bracelet. I'm going to decimate this. I know. You're like, this brush does this. Well, in the last version it did that. Oh, now it's Sunday and the wind's coming from the west. It does it again. ZBrush is voodoo. Casting is voodoo. Everything's voodoo. Drink all my hot water. The water here tastes like poo. We have a 400-foot plus well at the homestead. So when I pull water from the farm, it tastes awesome. It's great water. It tastes good. Come here, it's just like, come on. You can do it. Very weird watching yourself stream. You're just like, what? I'm so stoked. I'm actually going to buy my microphone and my new preamp. And then I can start recording, I think. I can't wait to start recording my modules. Well, I know a lot of them. I don't know a lot for other things. It's funny, I watch other streamers work and I'm just like, holy hell, I really do work very differently than most people. Okay, so now, here we go. Auto group. So where move topological has its advantage. You'll choke out if you try to do this on high poly models. But what it does is it sticks to, damn it. So let's say we want to readjust this guy right here, right? Well, if you use move or move elastic, it's going to affect the geometry by brush, right? Well, move topological works by working on the top topology that you've just touched. So here, right, we have a big brush. Those other two brushes are well within the brush, right? Come here and touch this, and as you notice, I am only moving the topology that I touch. Now, this works with, let's say, mouths, right? If you're trying to pull out the bottom lip, as long as there's some sort of separator. But if when you get around to the outside edge, it will start to pull that. That's a brush size thing. But you can see here, you can come in and just work on specific topology as opposed to any. So this way you can really get pieces to kind of, you get in here and you're like, oh, well, I really want this to ride in here. Right, and once again, for tentacles and stuff, this is the best way to do it because lower your resolution, come in, and you can just tap between the two really quickly and get, your weights, negative spaces, and forms done pretty quickly without having to worry about moving the other topology. So that is the difference. Right? Makes sense? Okay. So now the only one we haven't looked at is Sid, right? Special ed. I got a little short special bias. I guess that pisses people off. I should be quiet. All right, Sid. Did I miss anyone else? Okay. So, alrighty. No, I think you're there. I mean, you're getting your forms down. You're starting to think about what your forms are. Once again, let's undo that. I will almost never go to the step of doing my cut-ins until a little later in the process. Only because, see, you've now cut into these edges. And that's going to be very hard geometry to reclaim. Let's divide this one more time. So I'm just going to smooth those edges out real quick. So, like I was talking to Mike, think about, this is where, and you're doing a good job of it, but this is where you want to start coming in and really defining what's happening with edge height, right? Are these things going back? Are they behind it? Right? So make sure that they get back and behind this a little bit more before we start, get them on the right level before you start defining them, right? And so now that, see how these all kind of swoop? Let's get that to be a little bit more of a plane there. Come in with the next stroke, define this plane. And so now you can decide on if that's a lip, like a reflection lip, or is that the edge of the plane? I'm going to call it a reflection lip because that's going to separate these surfaces a little more. Come in. And now I'm just kind of cutting these back so they're roughly at the same angle. And you notice I'm cutting into that part down here because I want these surfaces to be right. And I'm trying to get these kind of at a consistent angle. And, I'm just always using clay tubes to define planes where you guys are still getting very tubey and half roundy. At the end of the day, you can go back to your half round, but it's much easier at this point to start defining steps in planes, right? And I'm cutting back into that one. Hold on, let's duplicate this. And let's take you back to where we began. Just so we have some comparison. Now, and I say this all the time, but, if you're wanting lumpy surfaces and blah blah blah, that's great. I mean, this isn't necessarily aesthetics. This is about what's going to print clean and read well. And so let's come back to this guy. That is behind that, but what's it doing? I would say it's a different angle. This way we get a different reflection surface. we're going to kind of add it to that angle because now this is becoming a deeper step, right? But see how we're soft here? Take planar, come in, knock this back. And I'm not cleaning up yet, right? I am using clay tubes to define my surfaces right now, right? And I know that everyone is like, Tomas, I like nice soft round surfaces, and you keep trying to make everything all sharp edged and mechanical. No. I mean, if you've seen my designs, I definitely do not wind up with sharp edged mechanical stuff all the time. I like very organic stuff. But what I'm doing is I'm making decisions on these surfaces are going to reflect light. And that is what I'm doing, right? So that's flat. Well, I don't want it flat. I want it to be a nice, sharp, reflective surface here. So I'm going to get it to where that angle is kind of where I want it. But I would say those are still too up front. So here we can take slide and change that angle. SK trim, get it flat because right now it's still pudgy there. Clay tubes. Just stroke between my 2 points. Get it at the angle I want it at. Because from the front, I don't want that to be wide. I want it to be a sharp little step. Are you at your computer? What is your clay tube set at? Right, and so now you can see that a nice sharp edge there. I'm going to come in here because I don't want that really, you know. SK trim polish. And I can get that edge back. So these are actually kind of coming here and breaking the surface. But now it actually has a surface to break, right? It can now go over that and under that. Cascade twist, get a little bit of separation here. Right, so you can see here, that's lumpy. It's not hard mirror edges, but it's going to reflect as if it is. Because when I was conceiving it, I'm thinking of them in that context. And this is just, it's going to be a way to keep things cleaner. It also keeps, like, these edges where they come up. So our silhouettes to everything, right? We have, you know, this nice high surface detail. We have this high surface detail. And then we have this stuff that kind of starts here and then it kind of goes down and comes up. Like these backgrounds need to have some relevance to one another. And they need to be roughly, and I mean, it doesn't have to, you know, this can be here, right? You know, they don't have to be at the exact same level. But within the context of whatever that impression high detail is, like right here, right? See, this is a half round and that kind of goes down, but all this kind of scoops up to there. Once again, you may want that stuff there, but you need to define it as steps, because after this has been printed, if any of that stuff reflects sloppy, it confuses the surface dramatically. So, you know, and what's nice with the clay tubes, I have my brush thickness and it's kind of telling me what's going on, right? Obviously that's flat. This is higher, right? So get rid of that. Right? And, you know, this can be a half round if it wants to be. But make sure that it has some relevance to the thickness of this overs. Right? These surfaces that are so, because once again, these don't have to be sharp edges, but if you're thinking about them as sharp edges, when you round off the corners, right, these can be very lumpy and weird, right? I'm just going to make this very lumpy and weird. But it's being very lumpy and weird on surfaces that are thinking about how they're reflecting to the world, right? Because even with something that's lumpy and weird, you rotate, bright surface, rotate, bright surface, rotate, bright surface, right? Flat surfaces reflect brighter and more separate. Half round surfaces remove height definition stories and become linear stories that move. So they just become, you know, just make sure what story you're trying to tell with your shapes, right? So, and this is the time that you need to be thinking about this, right? In the sense of what is going behind, what is coming in front. Is this transitioning to that phase? So these come in tight, and that becomes a smooth transition out with an edge here. You know, so this is where using clay tubes to get your reflective story told here is going to allow you not to get muddy as you go on. And you can see how just very quickly by making depth decisions, you're cleaning up your form and shape pretty quickly. So, did you get to me? Did you get? So, what set your clay tubes at? Roll distance 10. Turn on lazy mouse. Lazy step 0.003. Lazy smooth 8. Right? Then turn lazy mouse off. And that gives you a nice clean brush. Right? And you're getting these, and I'm not quite sure where you're getting your lumps from. And also right now, this is set pretty high at 10. Normally I'll work, back here at 5 to 3, and that keeps the lump. So, why I can cross stroke my surfaces, right? Why I can do this, and I'm not getting massive lumps. It's because I'm not really moving that much material, right? I mean, I'm just creeping up on these surfaces. So I can do, this kind of cross-stroking on my surfaces, and it keeps my my surfaces much smoother. Right, and I can just go add, subtract, until I get to where I want to be. Right, let's say we want to transition here. I'm just going to kick this back. And you notice I'm stroking past my lower, right? Because I want these to be sharp intersections. So I don't care about stroking into the lower, right? But we're going to transition this out to be more flat. All right. Getting my reflection plane sorted out. What do I want it to look like? And then I'm going to kick this up a little. And I'm going to define my back end here. I want to make sure that I don't have that creeping up on it. I'm going to come around, stroke to it, because that's going to give me a nice sharp edge there. And this is where kind of cut that back and in some. If I want to be anal, I'll use planer and just do a planer press, just kind of get. And you can see because this plane is not flat, I'm coming up with different areas, but I'm just going to make decisions on kind of where I want my plane to be, right? Too much. I don't want to get too deep there. Smooth it. Clay tubes kind of come back in and just. You can notice I'm cutting past both surfaces because, once again, once I define the surface, I want it to be clean. So here. Do an SK trim real quick, just the kind of, and when I say SK trim, it's SK trim polish, right? Getting that edge in, looking at it, coming in, I'm going to knock this edge down a little. Get everyone smooth. Now, I want this to be a bigger transition. I'm going to grab slide, get the brush bigger, and push this in so it's going from a steep angle to kind of a flat angle, right? Think, okay. clay tubes. And now doing Alt and just going from top to the bottom. So I'm removing that lump, right? And I'm going to turn this into a scoop. And you notice I try to do actions in, because clay tubes works as a layer, as long as I don't lift my brush and I go through it, it's going to function as a layer. I guess they're moving the class till 2. Sure. Sorry, they're asking about class scheduling. We'll see what the announcements look like, right? Okay. So you can see we now have this transition. We got a little lump here and there. I'm just going to smooth it. And then I tend to come and just do one stroke. It's close enough to move. I'll just move it. Come in. And now I'll start working on it from this direction. Okay, and so then we start to define the outside of the edge, right? And so, and once again, you stretch your geo out here a little. So if we need something that's very sharp, we either, I think we're going to be okay though. And I think that's something that we can fix. Like if this needed to be a high resolution pinch or something, I think you have enough geo around that we can get to it in post, right after decimating, and we can take a history brush and um, um, Sculpts Pro to get the base geometry in there, right? So we got our plane pretty good. This is where pinch is really effective. Do not just slag print. It's easier to do it in short strokes where you're lifting it off and putting it back on, right? I'm not just doing this. That's really destructive to our mesh. Where, see how that pinch is really, really bad? Well, this way we can just kind of creep up to this. And we are distorting this, but once again, we're not just hammering it. You know, this is what I mean by hammering pinch. You just distort the shit out of everything. Right? If that's the last thing you're doing, well, who cares? But this probably isn't the last thing we're doing to this. So, just use it to clean up your edges. But you can see down here how it pinches that up. So that can be, pinch is a destructive tool. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right, but that got us basically where we needed to get. It's a little flat. You slide, just get your curves non-lumpy. You can do the same thing here. Just kind of slide this up. And if you're sliding that up, that's giving that edge just a little curl, right? We're changing the direct. See how we're getting a little darkness there? Because we're changing the direction of the reflection. Boom. It's weird. We have 10 million polys and it just seems really low on poly count out here. Oh, well. So you see how it was having problems getting that smooth? It was because that was out at 14. Now look, at 5, I can get that much smoother. And you can hit 1 and that'll repeat that. And see, I'm not smoothing over my edges once I establish them. I'm smoothing back here behind them. Trying to get some of those lumps out. So a real trick here is, as you go along this way, you get buildup, right? When you're stroking along your curve. And inevitably, the inside is going to be puffier than that outside lip. Because you're not going to sit there and hit that outside lip the same every time. So you wind up building more depth towards the inside. So whenever your things get lumpy, just remember to come back in and cross stroke them this way. And you can really define how these surfaces interact with one another. In this way, it also lets those outside lips become a little bit more prominent, and that allows you to come in and do nice, clean little edges without winding up with some big pillowy shape. Avoid pillows. Pillows are confusing to the eye. That is not smooth. Ooh, I can't wait to get a wireless full-size keyboard. That's something else I'm going to have to buy. Because this tiny keyboard's great, but it's starting to get very frustrating. So let's go in here. This lumpiness, right? So come in. I'm just homogenizing this surface a little. Kind of figuring out what I want to go behind what. Oops, that's not smooth. All right. Now I come in and lay down my strokes. Right, you can see that I'm using Alt to cut back to my face surface. And we're just deciding how these curves are going to play out. Right, and so now you can see there's a lump here. Sometimes it's just a lot easier to come in instead of trying to stroke to those humps. Come to the angle that you want it to be smooth at and just kind of tippy tap it to the surface you want, kind of tippy tap that to the surface we want. Come back in. And I'm just constantly thinking about how these planes interact, right? So I want that to be high, so That has to cut in. Right? And you can see, so now I'm here like, okay, well I have that dip, right? But that dip creates a bright spot there. That annoys the hell out of me. So I'm going to use it to create it as sort of a visual hitch. And I'm just going to move it to where that hot spot makes sense someplace. I don't know where. I'm just kind of giving you an idea about process, right? So does that make sense? So, I mean, I've tried not to change it dramatically, but so this is what you have. Right. That's a horrible lump. That can't be there. Hmm. That's okay. Okay, so we have two more people. Yeah, hand injuries are a big deal. I mean, that's why I use this. It also allows you to move on your screen a little better. But if you don't have a screen, it doesn't matter. But yeah, no, I guess I've just been doing it for 16 years. And I was a hand sculptor before that. So my hands are pretty robust. Hey, Hannibal, how's it going? No, so much ZBrush does not work on Mac right now. Sorry. Um, it's a fantastic plugin. It's awesome. I suggest my students to buy it. It's really good. But I do not believe it works on Mac. It's a little bit more than that. Joe, so much ZBrush is his stream. If you haven't seen it, watch him. He's awesome. But he developed a thing for taking meshes and taking it into Dota, and then also taking it into Substance Painter, I guess. But for sculpting, it does some really wonderful magic remeshing and dynameshing stuff that takes a bunch of different steps, and he's automated it to one button push. Awesome sauce. Well, okay, so you keep trying to make SK trim polish. Get Sakaki Karu's brushes and don't try to be all clever. The problem with the brushes is that most brushes aggress your edges. SK trim polish retains the edge. As you can see, it's not rolling over that edge. And then you can come back in from the other side. And there you go. Look, you have nice clean edges with good smooth surfaces. Right? You can see that it retains in it. It almost pinches when it hits itself, right? So you get nice, good, clean edges without you having to worry about it rolling over itself. Sakaki Karu's brushes. SK Trim Polish. It creates all that. Yeah, no, it's a one button push. It's rad. Well, then use SK Trim Polish. That's the only one you need for sharp edges. The other thing I would say is use things at lower resolution or lower intensity levels. It allows you to work up to the edges as opposed to just like all right. I know. I think there's so many great brushes. He has some fantastic brushes. He's my hero in so many ways. And he's just like genuinely just one of the nicest people out there. He is such a cool guy. I like him quite a bit. Actually, from the last ZBrush Summit, I have a picture of me, him, and Joe Mena. And it's like one of my favorite pictures. Those are two of my favorite people. I love Joe Mena's an absolute rockin' badass and just humble, nice, just sweet as pie. He's awesome. All right, Sid, do you have any questions before we move on? All right. So now, well, it's not wasted. You're learning those weren't the tools you needed. All right, let's see what we have here. Class update. So I'm not seeing Crazed's file. Craze, will you make sure that your file's loaded? Oh yeah, I've been staying healthy. My allergies are going off right now, so my throat hurts. But no, I'm very corona isolated. I spray everything with 99% isopropyl and I have masks and gloves. I'm not dying from that. I'm house sitting with a 77-year-old asthmatic smoker. So I'm being extremely careful. Because if I kill Liz's mom, I don't know if that's something she's going to forgive me for. Mikey, can you make sure Crazed's model is out there somewhere? All right, let's see what you got. Miss Whitmore. I'm not going to yell at you, but so let's look at your block up. Okay, so if you know that you're going to try to do a crossover, you might want to plan your geometry to be a crossover. Like this is a case, right? Since I know that I'm going to have a weaving crossover and I want to retain those edges just to make it easier on myself. Now you may not have known that. That's fine. But I think that I probably would have approached, and you didn't save your base ring. Bad girl. What size is it? 18.14. Do you know what size this is? 1814, is it a 7 and 8? Okay. It's in that 7 or 8 range, I think. Let's try an 8. 18.14. 18. Woo, look at that. Nailed it. That's funny because my memory is an abortion, so. Append. That's not what I want. Shite. Come on. Fine. We'll change our masking so it's. Mask off the inside. Turn symmetry on. We'll mask off about that much. W. Stretch that up. All right. So, first thing you did is you had a ring size, and then you just totally ignored it, right? See how you stretched everything out? Let's look at our mandrel. Look at how much bigger your ring is than your ring size. Number one issue. So, we can come here, and I'm going to grab this and just drag this down to here. Assuming that that is the height off the finger you want it, we'll come back here, and we'll bring this back down to there. All right. So next thing, we got it in the center. I'm going to taper this just a little because it appears to be getting just a wee bit thinner here at the bottom. Transparency. And now I'm going to make that taper a little bit more even. Okay. Next thing, got to remember to turn that down to nothing. Okay. So now our ring is roughly our ring shape. I'm going to come in here, and we're going to divide this a little. See modeler. Because once again, this is a simple shape. By loading some of this stuff up, we're going to load the bottom up, but I want this to be even up here. So because we're not, that's it. I don't mind having the bottom loaded up so we can have an even blend here. Yeah, if you email me, and I'll send you ring sizes. That's fine. It's out there. Actually, if you go here, if you go right here, ZBrush Jewelry Workshops, if you click on there and join the email list, it'll give you a download to my brushes and stuff. So that's one way to do it if you want. That stuff is in that download package if you sign up on the email list. Okay, so now we have that. Let's hide that. So move elastic. Grab this guy, make our brush bigger. I will say that that is an old, it's an old UI though. I need to, shit, I'm such an irresponsible dingy. would need to go back in and change the UI because I really need to change that because I have people signing up for that. Bad, Tomas. Bad. So I would come in, do one side. Nope. We have this beautiful thing called symmetry that we should use. Right. Get it kind of to where you want it. This is where block up strategy is important. How to bet. Oh well, you're going to have a notch there. Right. Just come in and we will get our... Now you notice I did what you did, right? I had to move this out of line, right? But I'm going to come back in here. I'm going to push this around. Now I keep trying to match yours. That's the problem. I can't match yours. Yours is wonky. There we go. Bring my mandrel back in. Go to my body. There we go. Hide your goofy geometry there. What's 80 million? Why in God's name do you have something that's 80 million polys? Tell me that. Actually, upload one decimated, but upload the 80 million poly model. I want to see what the hell you're doing. I'm going to say that you're doing something wrong probably if you have 80 million polys. There are reasons to have 80 million polys. I have my skepticism on whether you need them. I will make that decision and yell at you or not. All right. Sorry, in my taper I twisted something up a little bit. Whatever. You'll figure it out. Okay, so now you can see that I'm sticking with this. I'm sorry that I completely mangled this. Let's at least kind of look at what you were shooting at. Okay. Let us bring this back over here. Do you have one or two crossovers? You have two crossovers. That should be fine. We are now going to come back here. We are going to duplicate. We are going to mirror along the z-axis. Nope. Mirror along the z-axis. Boop. There we go. And now we're going to take this and we're going to subtly push this one down and in a little. And now we're going to take you and push you down and in a little. And that one's up, so we're going to take you and push you in a little. Nope. Turn symmetry off. Take you and push you in a little. And take you and push you. Damn it. Turn symmetry off. Right, so you have your Passover close. Merge down. Divide, 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 divide. And now you can see that you have your ring. It's pretty darn close. Divide, divide, divide. Nope, that was fine. Low res. I don't need 75 million polys. I get super happy tappy lunatic over here. come on. All right, so that is the one I want. Delete higher. And so now you can come in, hit symmetry, hit Y, R, 2 count. And so this way, if you do want to come in and make sculptural, that is not a brush we're using. Now, if you'll notice, this is something for everyone. When you have multiple subtools in, right, you've merged down, you'll notice I'm going to get this nice line here, and all of a sudden things kind of, see how the line just sort of disappears? What that has done is that has taken this surface right here and slagged it up to the top. So now we have ugly geometry. So if you're going to work on this, I would then, nope, everybody calm down. Nope. Good God, do I have anything set right? See, look, it drew that surface up. Even with back face masking, it's going to draw that surface up because that's a front face. That's not a back face, right? And so it's going to suck it up to that surface. So if you were going to do this and start sculpting on it, make sure you have everybody in the right position. Duplicate it. W, remesh by union. Delete lower, remesh by union, and just delete. I did delete high. I must have gone back. Remesh by union. Oh, Jesus Christ. Symmetry off. So now you can accept cube. Hide the mandrel. And now you can come in and do, you know, the sculptural detail that you were talking about doing. But you don't have to trash, right? So now you can stay out on your edges. And you don't have to trash all your surfaces. You're not trying to dig that crap out. You can just come in, lay it on. You have edges to guide you, right? And now you can come in, do whatever sculpting you want, but you're not starting on a mangled surface, right? So now coming in here, creating this surface, however you choose to create it, coming back in with SK trim. But you see what I mean? You're not where you trying to sculpt all this out. And this is where, once again, just wrapping your head around the basics of your block up. What do I need? You know, because that's obviously going to be an easier venture than trying to dig this out, right? And even here, even if you didn't know what you were doing first and you're going to dig it out, what do you have a curve in there for? Someone's trying to be all clever, I see. You know, even here, make sure, you know, SK trim, just get your surfaces where you need them, right? Keep things as clean as possible. Try to keep things clean as you're working. You don't need to be sloppy and galumpy. Just kind of get your stuff there and just clean up as you go, right? And you can move all these edges whenever you need to. But it's a less daunting venture if you see that you have some surfaces that are just not, you know, and that took no time to kind of get you back into at least where you're not looking at something that's so psychologically distressing that is going to beat you up as you work on it. Right? And this is where, you know, it's supposed to be smooth, undo. Right? This is why I say work with reflective edges. What's happening here? Well, let's make that a surface. And actually make it a surface, right? Get it all the way up there. Get it in. And then that way, when you come back in with this one, you have something to work to and from. Right? Well, what's going on there? That's not good. Grab, move, and just kind of punch it back in. You don't have to use your clay tubes and brushes to get everything done. You know, feel free to move that around when they're like little lumps and you don't need them. All right. You know, you have this mess here. Super simple. Knock that in. Get it out of the way. That's not real geometry. You don't want it there. Get one surface done. Knock it down. Get it to where you want it to be. SK trim. Now, come in from the other side. What's this surface doing? Right? And now you have these warbly intersections. Planar, boop. Planar backface masking. Backface masking is turned on. Backface masking will also help prevent it drawing down. Right, so here, let's turn that back off. We're going to do this and see how it drew everything down to it like that. It'll still kind of do it, but if you turn backface masking on, you can see that it's a little less aggressive. It's going to bring it down straight. Here you can come in the other way and do it that way. And just get it to where some of that's out of the way. Slide will do the rest. Take it and just punch it back in. And then planar. And that'll kind of get you where you want to be at least for a second. Come back here and get rid of that crap. But you have to be clear. Clarity is a big deal. So make a decision, decide on it, run with it. And like here, you can see that that's going back there, but I want this surface to look like it's coming here. So I'm going to do this. And I'm not going to worry about that trench right now. I'm going to come in and make sure that my surfaces are doing what I want them to do. And they are in the places that I want them to be in. And then we can tune some of the weirdness. But right. that's too thin, you just created a blade, so give it some thickness. Right, these things have to be thickness or you're just cutting into your fingers. We just keep creeping back on your surfaces so they're getting to kind of where you want them to be. Ooh. Way too strong. Right? Keep it clean. Don't get out of control. Right? You didn't find a point where you could express your control over the part, you know. Because you're just in there moving and wiggling and moving and wiggling. And, you know, it's so simple to come in and say, what is this edge doing? This edge is now going to do this. This edge is going to do that. And then these are going to be little sectiony spirals that are going to have, you know, detail in them or whatever. But you need to make sure that, you know, you're really wrapping your head around what is it you want the surfaces to do. Making decisions, making good decisions is more important than being a good sculptor, because you can get away with a lot. You know, if you're just thinking about, if you're actually thinking about the geometry you need and what's going to be easier, right? Because, I mean, let's face it, boom, you're 80% done. How long did that take? That took, what, 10 minutes? Okay, so really, at the end of the day, I use SK trim polish, right? It gives me, that's not SK trim polish, SK trim polish. SK trim polish gives you a very nice flat surface, right? And then it does not aggress the corner, right? You can see I can come right up to it, and it basically almost pinches, right? It gives you a nice surface. So 99.9% of the time, I'm using SK trim polish. It's almost a perfect polish brush. You know, nothing is better than that. But sometimes there are things where, like H polish is a big flat polish again, right? You can see it's really good. Like SK trim, it gives you a good. The problem with H polish is that it can aggress a corner. You wind up with these lumps sometimes. But I use H polish sometimes when, like, SK polish isn't doing something I like. One sec, sorry. My mom. She's been in surgery, so I get surgery updates. Sorry. Okay. I will. Thank you. So H polish doesn't quite have as much, like if you press deep, see how it'll take a dent out, right? And I change my pressure, it really does change its cut profile. SK trim polish, as I'm cutting here, I can press pretty dramatically and it's going to try to keep that bumped because that's there. It's really going to try to keep that surface straight, right? Where H polish will get aggressive, right? You can see how you can wind up with stuff like this with H polish, but it's still a very nice, clean surface. Sometimes you have to hop between the two, especially on insides. Like if you're trying to do something like this, they change. See how this starts to chatter and it buckles on itself. SK trim can get some weird little buckles on the around the edges, but it does still pretty damn good, right? Now, flatten is just that. Once again, it just gives you a flatten, but how bumpy and wonky that surface is, right? It doesn't have anything in it that's retaining its axis to, it doesn't seem like it has any kind of reaction. Like, obviously, SK trim has something to do with the normal direction, right? It tries to stay only with normal direction. This tends to ignore normal direction, but I use it like sometimes when I'm coming back and inside something sort of as a stroke, and this will be a little more aggressive and like in those back spaces or flat spaces behind things. I can use it to get things somewhat flat if there are lumps in it, right? But you can see it's very aggressive. It attacks edges. It's not a constant brush. It's sort of a I use it sort of as a aggressive homogenizing brush. Now, so that's my polishing tools. Now I'll use Trim Dynamic as well in the same genre, but Trim Dynamic I use expressly, for the most part, expressly to knock off edges. So if I have sharp geometry or if I had something that I had creased and I now want to get rid of the crease, Trim Dynamic does a very good job. You notice how it's not flipping and flopping and rolling around the edge. It's sort of the contact point that I have that cut angle at. It's going to do pretty good about staying at that angle, right? So I primarily use Trim Dynamic to knock edges off of things, right? Because it allows me to have a little bit more control over how the cutter, the angle that I'm cutting at. So, Trim Dynamic. Now the planars, planar flat and planar line. So now how planar behaves. Planar and planar flatten can be done with planar, okay? So planar flatten. Well, okay. Planar. Well, first, trim front. Find to camera, it trims front. Right? So this trim front is a very good way to establish a base 90. Right? I know that I want this to be a plane, and then I'm going to work off that plane. So trim front allows you to establish a clean 90. Right? Well, all right, that is 90 degrees to camera. That is 90 degrees to camera, right? So it's a really good way to establish where your flat is, and you know that you have a 90 degree to whatever that camera point is. Planar flatten. Planar flatten pulls up to the surface. So planar, right? Planar, I'm going to come here. I'm going to cut over and I'm going to cut in. So do you see that it's not filling anything? It is literally just cutting planarly. Now, if you hold down Alt, it will draw up. Okay? You see what I mean? It'll pull it up to the feature. Right, we're going to take that planar, boom. But I'm like, okay, well, I actually want this plane to be attached to this one, so I'm going to do that. Right? And you can see that it pulls it up to the plane. That's what Alt does in planar. Well, the other thing is planar. You notice how it's leaving these lips? Planar doesn't leave a lip because it's not pulling. It's just cutting. Right? So, planar cuts. Planar Alt draws. Draw. So planar flatten is basically just planar Alt, right? It cuts. Right? So basically planar flatten and planar with Alt do the same things now. So planar flatten isn't necessarily as important a tool anymore, but it's in my brushes and I haven't figured out anything to replace it with yet, so it's there. So you can see planar Alt drags it up, cut, right? I want that to fill up. Hold Alt and fill it up. But now, so, right, we're there. Now, planar line is important. I use it a lot. In here, let's take move. I'm going to jerk this down a little. And I'm going to jerk this back up a little. Right, so I know that these two planes aren't pointing in the same direction, right? That one's diving too much. So this is where planar flatten line is really useful. We're going to just mask this off. I'm going to grab planar flatten line. You got to be careful because it gets real persnickety, because it really is the angle and position in which you touch the two different planes. So I'm going to go here, then I'm going to drag to here, and now when I cut this, it's going to do a planar line between those 2 points, right? So this is a good way to go, okay, well, I want to go from here to here. But you notice that's cutting in. So you have to be very careful about where you're putting that to determine the angle. Okay? And so now, with all of these, think about them in sort of order if you're trying to get good hard surfaces. Okay? So here I'm going to trim front. Trim front Alt will fill in as well, right? See, these are very aggressive brushes. Though. See how it destroys this? So you need to come back, smooth stuff, pick it in. There, Alt. Okay, so if you're using planar, You go like this and you cut back. See how it cuts back into that surface? Well, I'm going to want that to be flat. So here we're going to clean this surface up by planering it. We're going to planer that. We have some weak spots there, right? So we're going to change our mind. We're going to go planer alt and get it above that. Planer alt, get it above that. Then I'm going to get this down in here. So now we have these. Planer, planer, planer. You notice I'm just cutting away into this surface, right? Because I'm going to do these in order. Now, planer alt. And the beauty of planer alt is this. Boop. It gives me beautiful, clean, sharp edges. Right. And so it's just trying to get everything in order. And you'll wind up doing it over and over again. And right, so there, that's a little off. So now I'm going to come here and boom. Now we have sharp edges. So that's kind of the planer alt. Back face masking. Be careful because these draw up very aggressively. June says hello to everyone. So once again, be careful. And also remember that these are very aggressive brushes. If you are using them, try to do it towards the end because look at how much this distorts these edges. I'm going to hold Alt down. Right? And just look at... Right. Here and look at what it's doing here, right? It's dragging all these points up to that edge. So it's really sort of a last thing, or I know I'm going to remesh, right? Well, these have absolutely nothing to do with orbs cracks. I mean, I wouldn't use these to make cracks. They're planer tools, not crack tools. Am I missing something here? They are tricky to use if you don't understand what they're doing, right? If you're just... The other thing is they are aggressive. So if you're trying to use them, it's not just how to use them, but when, like when in the timeline, because you can trash them. You can trash your geometry instantly. If you're doing this at the beginning, you just trashed all your geometry and, you know, you have nothing, right? And then you're trying to sculpt on this. And so you can see, like, you can use planer to get your general surfaces to kind of match. But I wouldn't try to get things planarly solid until very late in the model. In organic sculpting. I mean, you can do this with base meshes, right? And they'll stay clean. But for hard surface modeling, you know. Okay. Hannibal, send me a link to the skull. I think I know what you're talking about. I might know who sculpted it if it's the piece I think it is. right? So planar. Right, we still have one more piece, right? The 1100 zillion file. Is that what we're doing? No. Yeah, I'm not Hannibal. I'm not sure how your what orb. I don't know if orbs, if that's a comment that had to do with the planers, but they're different creatures, my friend. Shit. Oh. I know. I think the Disney. Well, no, the Disney Hero Rock. I think wound up being in the 600 or 700 million poly range, but it was never used as a single thing. That was with the detail segments. I think they said it was like in that 700 million poly range. It might have been more actually. I'm trying to, because each little section had a hero section, but they sculpted the whole rock and then they sculpted tons of little hero sections, but it was never used as a single model. At least that one was. Mm. All right. All right. Oh, okay. Well, I can see why you have 84 million because you've taken each one of these and cranked them up to 150 billion. Okay. First things, your cracks are too much, and they're crackety, and you have 31 million points here, and I don't think you need them. Let us see. You have 31 million points in your skull, it seems like. What is going on here? Where's all your. I get your compasses. Maybe. What's a lot of groups. Your problem with these is that. Are these still just the import models? Are these OBJs? Because you got some weird stray geometry, and if you're trying to sculpt on that, it's going to turn into poop. Okay. First things first. Let us just append this out of this model real quick. Because half your model is right here. Delete. And let's figure out where your geometry is and why. Split the parts. Okay. Well, now we know we have an incredibly messy model. So we're going to take you, make a folder. Oh, actually, doing that the wrong way. So here's another way. So as you notice when we split this, this has all this garbage geometry in it. So an easy way to deal with that, we've taken it, we've split it out, split the parts. So we can come back in here and just turn on, what is that? Okay, that's garbage. So I'm assuming this is just skull garbage. Okay. Probably skull garbage. Let's look at our skull. Yeah, that was probably from, doesn't look like there are any big holes there. That's only 245,000. Where the hell's all your geometry? Now you're confusing me. I assumed it was all here. You have a model in here that's just huge for no reason. All right. Is everybody there? Okay. Merge visible. We're creating a new tool that doesn't have all your garbage geometry. You see what we did? We just went in and selected the good parts. We left the garbage geometry out here. And I'm just going to delete all. Well, go make sure you don't have holes in your part before you do that. All right, so we have 31 million polys, but everything's base geometry. So let's split the parts. But there's no ropes in this model. Where are the ropes? No, your arm's 9 million polys. Why in God's name do you need 9 million polys on that? Okay, so those are our two problems right there. You know, fine. See, like, so what you're thinking is you need all this geometry to come in here and work on whatever your florals are, right? But this is crap geometry to sculpt on. So you're going to have to Z-remesh this number one. Because you're not going to sculpt a flourish with all this crap geometry. See all these triangles and stuff? That's not lending itself to anything of value here. Hold on, let's just grab a standard. Yeah. Yeah, it's just too weird. ZBrush even crashed. Not. Okay. So this is the last one, right? He's going to leave on me before he answers my question. I think this is the last one. Yeah, they made the Saturday class 2. I guess technically last week was supposed to be the last week, so they scheduled a Saturday class. I mean, if worst comes to worst, I can always just do it on Twitch, but we'll figure it out. See, I don't know why I'm skipping some. Oh, because it's choking out. That's why. Did y'all hear that? Is someone's shoulder supposed to sound like that? Oh no, can you hear that? I sure feel it. Come on. Did you break my ZBrush with that? That's priceless. Okay, hold on. Let's get back in here. You're saying there's a bigger one? Oh, this is a small one. Okay. So let's bring the other one on too, because this is important. You guys are going nuts out there. Um, okay. The issue with the class is they thought Saturday class would be over, right? Because last week technically was the last week, but I was sick, so they have a morning class on Saturday now. So we have to go below it. I mean, Saturday's class is really just Q&A and some. I want to do rendering on Thursday. I don't want to rush it in there, so we'll do a technical Q&A on Monday and Saturday, and then we'll go over some stuff that after the Monday and Saturday class, we'll determine what we need to go over, and we'll go over that in the last class, if that makes sense. Okay. So, 31 million. But what's so funny is that you keep saying it's the rope. Okay, the rope is probably high res, isn't it? And you have 11 billion of them in there. All right, makes sense. Lay the rope down and decimate it instantly. You don't need the geometry in there. It's this rope. That's only 400. Is it the tassels that are... Yeah, the tassels are probably big, huh? Yeah, a tassel is 21 million polys. Yeah, you don't need that. Watch this. This is a beautiful thing. Actually, I'll probably choke out doing it. That's what's funny. Why is that? See, like, why is everything visible? Oh, because I'm not pushing edit. So when you're using these repeating brushes and they are high res, get the hell out of it if you can. Because first of all, you have open edges here. Okay. Second of all, you have a world of hate. It's too much garbage. Because watch, we're going to go W, and we are going to go, boom. We're going to remesh by Dynamesh. Go from 21 million to 1 million. And you're not going to be able to tell the difference. Oh, these are from one of the insert multi-mesh brushes. And the insert multi-brush is pretty high res. And when you start piling a ton of them on, it does weird stuff. Right? So we just went from 21 million polys to 1.8 million polys. And look, there's absolutely, at ring, there's no resolution difference. Except trim this garbage off. Right? So in things like this, don't leave it, right? Transition it, get it the hell out of this. You do not need this kind of geometry in this stuff, right? Let's look at it. Great, you have this geometry. Woohoo, come in. Remesh by Dynamesh. Delete lower. Remesh by Dynamesh. You have to tap your little arrow. Boop. How was... Well, because a million poly Dynamesh is pretty detailed. I mean, it holds up pretty well, right? I mean, you can see there's some slop in there. It's tiny. I mean, on the ring, you know, if we look at it on the ring, we're dealing with something that's what, 3 mil? 4 mil? $2.7 mil, 3 mil, right? So you do not need that. You do not need that geometry there. There's absolutely no reason in the world to keep it. It's garbage geometry for you, right? So boom, those can be Dynameshes. There's no reason for them not to be Dynameshes. And now you have 40 million polys gone, right? So now we still have to figure out what's up with this guy. And I would do that with all my ropes on, because look at here, right? This is 5 million W. Remesh by Dynamesh. Because these are things that aren't... Shit. Night! I don't know why you have some dirty garbage geometry in here that's freaking ZBrush at. Because that's not a size issue. It's just crap geo. There are models that they just do not like. Let's just go to the ZTO. Okay. You know, honestly, Hannibal, I don't know if the algorithm is different. Actually, that's not true. The algorithm is different, but it... why I use it is because, one, I use Gizmo for my base, pretty much everything, right? I prefer to just use Gizmo because all my tools are right there. But it also just very easily allows me, W, right? We come in, remesh by Dynamesh, and see it starts at, what is that, 5,000? And I can take that from 5,000. It allows me to pick an exact number, or, you know, obviously it's going to round to the closest thing it can get to retain the detail within that. But I can go to 1 million, I can go to 500,000, you know, I can choose what I want it to be, boom. And now it'll Dynamesh. Now I know that in Dynamesh Master, I can choose it here as well. But it's really weird because Dynamesh Master, I think, like pre-processes in some way, because it takes a little longer and it leaves Dynamesh active, where this does not leave the Dynamesh active, right? Like if we go under Dynamesh, geometry. Dynamesh. You see the Dynamesh button isn't on. So this doesn't, so I can't just restroke and have it re-Dynamesh, right? You notice it's not re-Dynameshing because it does it and then it turns it off. And I find when I'm working through things like this, that keeps me from accidentally Dynameshing it again. So come in, accept, ta-da, 1,000,000 or 1.6 or whatever it is. And now we'll come next to the other little rope. Remesh by Dynamesh. Mesh is composed of multiple things. Delete lower. Remesh by Dynamesh. Just tap it, and now it's going to go into its last state. Right, we're at 1,000,000. Push accept. It's important to push accept because it does weird things. So now it just come up here, merge down, merge down, merge down. Now that can be in some place. It's 6,000,000 polys. To be deadly honest, we can do this. Remesh by Dynamesh. $1,000,000. I mean, a 1,000,000 poly Dynamesh retains quite a bit of geometry. And for something like this, I'm not going to worry about, I mean, we're not, after the brush, we're not going to touch this. We're not going to change it. We're not going to, futz with it. So now you can see we've taken from, well, we lost some fidelity here. So I might have done it with these guys. See, we lost almost no fidelity there. Got a little hairy. So that's where God, I hate that. Auto group. Mask. Split unmasked points. Split mask. Nope. Unmasked. Boom. Get those out of there. Take this. W. Remesh by Dynamesh. Tap. Merge down. And now I would just remesh by union. And now those are and now that's just one piece. And it's probably going to be what, 5.5, 6 mil, something like that. $4.3 mil. You can see the union. Let's just undo that. We'll just do with 6 mil. It's fine. Or 4.7. There you go. So from 40 million to 4.7 million. Now I would see, here's the other problem with these things. One thing you are going to have to do with this is, and if I would have thought about this, we would have done it earlier. But you're going to want to, let's take these out again. Damn it. Damn it, Jim. Split unmasked. So the one thing you are definitely going to have to do with these is you're going to have to group auto group. Is everyone's? Yeah, it's auto grouped, right? Yeah. Because these are all hairy, this is uncastable. These are horrible objects. So we will you lock the front, group front, tap these, mask, get out your gizmo, make sure you're locked flush, get down a little below here and drag all this down. Right, because now you're eliminating those undercuts. And this is where remesh by Dynamesh. Now breathe and hope this works. It doesn't crash. There you go. So now what we've done is we've taken all that stuff, we've dragged it all down, and now we're Dynameshing it. And then that way we shouldn't get too much resolution loss. And it'll be a solid object. Right. Well, the other thing is if you're just trying to get it in there, remesh by union does not change the geometry. Right? No. Well, it might print, but it'll never cast. Am I lagging? Hold on. Yeah. There we go. God only knows how many minutes ago that was. Do we know how long the lag is? Is it like 20 minutes? Repaste the planar. Oh, good. So I can still talk through the lag. Oh yeah, no, saving masks is good. Wow, how did I miss all this talking? Hold on. Okay. And skill the projection step. Well, projection, the key to projection is being patient and rotating with it. Also, so much ZBrush helps. Oh. Yeah, there's the guy who does, he does this anatomy book with the split. It's anatomy. The book is Anatomy for Artists, I believe. And this is one of the class stuff. So I guess J.H. Lee, he's Korean. He's probably a guy. But yeah, these are based on, I think it's called Anatomy for Artists. It's a good book. It breaks down this stuff really easily, and it's a good way to sculpt. I mean, it's a good process to understand your sculpting. One worked out fine and the other one mangled. Awesome. Magic. Watch this. It's so cool. Delete hidden. Mirror and weld X. Ta-da! And so now what you have is, now you can see that it still has a lot of these step throughs because some of those holes didn't close, but these should be, right, you can see that those, right when you pull it down, that those holes went down. This is where you can keep the one that you projected first. Or actually, to be deadly honest, this honestly is fine. Duplicate this. You can remesh by Dynamesh, but make it small. Because that now fills all the holes for sure, right? Let's just double check and make sure. Yep, see there are no holes. And now you can either divide this up and reproject, right? Do project all, get it kind of in the right place. And then you're going to smoothen your holes, obviously, right? Because these are just deep holes. What the hell? Oh, there it is. Just kind of smooth through it again. Divide, project all. And with a little cleanup, you can have a clean surface that then has no real holes. Once again, that's really tiny, so I don't think that's really the big issue. So what you need to do is really control your meshes, right? You need to make, like your compasses and stuff, you need to just make low poly models because these were obviously taken off the OBJs, I would assume, because the geometry is garbage for sculpting. Did I just lose everyone? Oh no. There it is. Well, here it said that it was posted by, hold on, where the hell did it go? Did I touch that? See, uploaded by J.H. Lee, but this, see, James Palmer saved to art and illustration. I think that Lee is the artist, if I'm not mistaken. Because often a lot of these look like his projects, you know what I mean? As opposed to yeah, you're probably right. These are well, I mean, if these are his, I mean, that's a perfectly competent sculpt. I would guess that it's his if these are his. Yeah, you know what? Who the hell ever knows? I hate Pinterest. Pinterest is garbage because it doesn't give you um, it doesn't give you referencing. I find it. Pinterest has destroyed um, ethics in posting, because you don't need to. All right, you'd obviously have to spend a little bit more time and do it a little bit easier than that. That last projection was obviously too far. But you can see that with just a little work, you can get these things to be where you want them. This all reprojected. I should have masked the back of this off and only projected the front, but you get the idea, right? But this is a good, clean, solid shell. And if you just come in and, like I said, you just want to kind of mask off the fronts of these. Right, reproject, and it'll project to the front. You'll have a clean shell. And here, your problem is you're thinking about sculpting on these, and they're just so high res in weird ways that it's, even at this high resolution, it's a crappy sculpting surface because you have all that weirdness in there. Well, the problem with Pinterest is you don't have to, there's no accountability to who the artist is, so you wind up with, like you said, you can never find out who actually did it. One sec, another potty break. I drank tons of coffee and water. I'm dying over here. I'll be right back. Oh. Actually, now I think about it, I think it's the pills that are making me pee so much. Yeah, I just think you need to get it to be an incredibly base shape. And then, you just won't wind up with, 90 million poly models when you don't need them. Because that's completely wasted geometry in there. You can take this, just raise it off and make that little surface, 9 million poly, sculpt on that, decimate it, put it back on. Let's deal with our skull real quick. Split hidden. On the thing you want surface detail, you have 250,000, and then on Like the cracks at this point kind of look more like a lightning ball than cracks. You know what I mean? See, I don't know why that's not saving either. Damn it, Jim. Oh. Did this save? Ah, it did. Okay, great. Yay. Okay. Okay. First of all, your teeth are too small. You got these weird little chiclet teeth. Right. Weird little chiclet teeth always read as weird little chiclet teeth, and they're weird little chiclet teeth. Um, Teeth are probably a little bit more to the scale. They also kind of come to a point. They don't go back and in for the most part. I mean, you can always find examples where they do. Skulls from India and stuff have some very weird teeth positions. I would probably just Z-remesh them very low, detect edges, and you'll have a nice clean base model. Okay. So teeth, once again, think of teeth sort of you can cut a line here. You can draw this line. Let's go to higher res. This line being drawn doesn't matter because this is a separation between the teeth, right? You can draw this line because once again it is a separation of the teeth. And I didn't count or numbers or anything, so I think actually you probably still have another one here, but whatever. Hmm. 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 So now, what you did is you just went like this. Don't do that. Bad teeth. I tend to come back in after I cut those lines in and pinch these things together. It makes the spacing, well, you can't use quite such a big brush. Just makes the teeth interact interestingly. I'm not worried about the shape of these teeth, obviously. But this is where, well, actually, I did that too soon, sorry. Get back in here. Oh, you have your line cut. This is a good place for trim dynamic. Make it small, come in, knock these points off. Why is that not being aggressive? All right. Smooth those points off because trim dynamics acting funky. And this is my point. When people are looking for rules as far as what brushes to use and stuff, it completely depends on what your base geometry is, what it's doing. Is it acting like an asshat? Or, it's just, it is, wow. National Guard in Minnesota. I'll teach you to sit on someone's neck on damn idiots. SK twist. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And obviously I'm doing this quickly. SK fill. SK fill. The other direction. Alt. Right. And now snake hook or move elastic, one or the other, and just kind of tuck that back and in. And come in, kind of smooth it all. Because this is super low, we're getting some spray. That's okay, just come in. And now this is where I use slash and just come back in and gently touch these. Non-symmetry, sorry about that. And now, this is where taking pinch will kind of get these to be almost a little bit more like teeth shape as opposed to cylinders. Non-symmetrical, sorry. And so now what you have is, these are still a little too flat, but that's okay. You have teeth that are separated that then go back up and under, right? So this is like a reflecting lip here. And so this is also another place where I'll tend to use slide, and I'll get the height of my teeth exactly where I want them with slide. And that pushes that face back up and under while still allowing me to kind of control where that's going. Oops. That should have been a little deeper, but I think you kind of get the gist, right? And it should be deeper. Right, wind up getting this nice kind of push back up and in. And then I'll usually tend to come back in and make this a reflective surface. So we really accentuate that transition, right? Because these actually have a little ridge and then they come up. They're kind of doing that. So just the teeth weren't quite as round as I want them to be. Just throw a little slice in the middle of them. Right. But don't do chiclet teeth. You can do this and separate to there, and you can change your tooth shape like here. But don't go all the way up and around, right? You can make these deep because those are air spaces technically, right? Or can be. Make sense there? I did a lot of stuff in film, so that was on clay, and then I did wood. I sculpted wood and marble. I was a traditional sculptor. And then don't get all crackheady with your cracks. Orb cracks is a good crack thing because it leaves kind of a bright edge crack. You see what I mean? You get like this, the silhouette sort of does. There's a little lip and then a crack. So I tend to like to start on the outside edges, go smooth and get heavy, and then that way you could get good transitional stuff. Obviously, I'm in symmetry at the moment, but you know, look at how skulls crush. Um, they break almost like fudge, if you know what I mean. They don't really, they don't get real chitty chattery. They stay pretty, right? It's big concussive damage, right? And you can see how it shatters, and you get like these sharp edges. Like I said, it's a lot more like fudge, right? Hit it, you get these nice sharp divisions. It doesn't look like lightning, right? So you have this lightning thing going on, but the wound would, you need to define sort of the impact, right? So these are really these squirrel, right? Because those are seams or plates that have seized together. But then, an impact wound will probably, Jesus, I just spit all over everything. Do something like that, and then, you know, you might get a. So, kind of wrap your head around what the wound's doing as opposed to just making it look like a lightning ball. And then orb cracks works really well with pinch as well. So we get the orb crack and you can tune it up. Right. And it makes nice sharp edges because by pinching you are bringing them up to one another, so that makes those lips bright. So it makes your cracking a little bit brighter. Right. And it tends, you get these nice little floating pieces in your cracks usually. So you can get away with kind of doing these like little incremental shatter pieces. Right. To kind of wrap your head around what the crack's doing as opposed to just. And remember, seams are not cracks, they're seams. And then let's see what we have here. The layout of the ring's fine. Let's hide that. When you're lofting this stuff, once again, it's make sure use the full depth. Otherwise, it's still just a ½ inch. It has no sculptural information. It's just a big flat thing. Their sculptures make them sculptural, not just flat. Come back to the front. Inflate can work pretty well for this, and just get some dimensionality to these guys. Don't leave overhangs like that. That's another moment when you can either take inflate and be more careful so you're not blowing up your tips, but you can come back under, right, and inflate these and then Dynamesh, or you can do what I showed you, drag them down below the surface and then re-Dynamesh. But make sure you get rid of all that overhang garbage, because that will cause you nothing but grief. Get these kind of puffy again. And now look at the difference in that. Right. And that. Right. This is all just this big flat edge. Get all that stuff back and down into the thing. The form's nice. If you're going to break the frame here, make sure you break the frame as much here. There. And you did. But, you know, make sure that not just flat. Whatever that height is, just try to keep them similar. These work good. But this is where you can come back in. Are these different groups? Yeah. This is where you can come back in and clean up. Right, you got this. Just make sure, you know, you get rid of that garbage. And I'm just pushing it behind the surface, right? You know, it's just real easy to come in and get that stuff a little bit cleaner. I would make these up a little more. These are pretty good height here, but these are low. Those will polish off, I bet. So kick that up a little bit more. Here again, look at how low all this is, but we have all this depth. Use your depth, right? And I'm just, right, see how much more depth you can get in the hole if you, you know, raise that edge and drop that back, and now you can punch, you know, punch these guys up some. And this way you can slowly start to come in and, you know, stretch him up. Right. Since we have more depth here, you can get more depth out of these guys. Much more sculptural and absolutely no depth difference. Pretty big stickler about not breaking your frame, right? But in a case like this where you can really, I mean, look at the difference in depth we can get out of this. I don't think anyone is going to actually notice that this is behind. So this is one of the few places I would say find broad surface continuity. I would rather have the depth in these guys than miss my surface continuity. There's not too much there that's going to be, since this is a big flat black back pane, it's not going to show up so dramatically. Good night, Zoe. Right. I think that putting the elements there, you can just see how much better that dimensionally, right? Because you got to still like 0.5 millimeter. It's not a lot. Bring the letters out. Obviously I'm going to tell you to sculpt these. This is you only have 26,000. This so that your floors are sculpted instead of just punched out. I know you might be matching the vertical piece, and that's all very flat. You can. Where you actually have quite a bit of dead space, right? A pretty low percentage of empty space here. Consider maybe consider a background. Something, just, it can even be a light texture or something, but just something to separate these surfaces. So since these guys are smooth, a rough texture in the background, or a wavy pattern or something, just the surface some. All in all, you're getting there, though. I mean, it looks good. It's just mesh management. I'm not sure that I like. I don't know that I like the skull because it makes the skull wind up pinchy. Maybe. I kind of get the idea of trying to get that in there. I just think that you're pinching that. And the silhouette of a skull is really defined by this line coming behind this line. And when you get rid of the width of the skull is actually back here, not here. So when we, right, to get that edge of the skull, I think is kind of important. Just something to think about. the other thing I would suggest or think about is, once again, you have these grapes, and then this is just dead flat, right? And this skull is just kind of sticking up out of it all. So, maybe this is something where you do take, something like this, give that a raise. You could do the skull here, and then your compasses could be at this level or something, but I just don't like flat rings with just some lumpy thing up. Get us some design element in there that's going to get you up and off the surface, so you have a nice silhouette this way as well. Right, so it's not just flat. Because there's so much going on there. You can do a lot by, getting a different projection angle or something, All in all, looking good. Yeah, buying followers, you dork. Buying followers is the lamest, self-aggrandizing douchebag move you can do. I'd rather have 15 followers than 7,000 fake ones. So, thanks. Go someplace else, fucktard. All right, we have one more, I guess. Lloyd, is that what I'm hearing? If you have any questions, please ask them about that. That's fine. Addviewers.com. If I wanted to add viewers, I would hire my friend to sit right here with me and just have her wear her tank top and have her just draw or do whatever she does. That's how you get viewers on Twitch. Twitch is 14-year-old boys for the most part. Okay, they might be a little older than 14, but let's face it. I know there's a young lady who does Dance Revolution. All she does is dance. I think it's a new version of dance. And she doesn't, she just wears tank top and her little, exercise shorts. She does it all day. She can have 85,000 people sitting there watching her do Dance Revolution. It is, I will say that, sorry, one sec. Yep. Yeah, of course. No. Man, if I was an attractive woman, I'd be killing it on Twitch. All right, let's get Lloyd in here. Come on, Lloyd. Come on, Lloyd. You can do it. Okay. Lloyd, frame, hide. Okay, just once again, just right off the top. I know tons of rings have them. Don't put sharp edges on rings. When your fingers swell up, these become very sharp cutting edges. And I'll tell you what, it only takes one time for that, and you will never sell another ring. Okay, second. Turn all this paint off. Okay. So, after you did your Boolean, you lost your subdivision levels. That's what you're telling me, right? All right. So, first things first. Duplicate. Second thing second. Detect edges, even though, hold on, let's see if it'll detect these edges. That'd be nice. And put that one in. Oh, that's the duplication. Hold on, delete. Okay. In this case, since we have edges, I'm interested to see if it'll retain them at. I don't think these are sharp enough to retain as detect edges, but I'm curious, so we're going back. No. Okay. Duplicate. Duplicate. Detect edges. I'm going to take this as low as I can get it. Z remesh. Well, you got to remember, Twitch is mostly teen boys. Teen boys watch stupid shit with Poopy Pie or whatever the idiot who walks around just, I mean, I'm probably not doing myself any credit saying things like this live, but I mean, it's just like people thought the Gong Show was the death of society. No, this crap is the death of society. You're going to have people who walk around and take pictures of dead people, and they're making millions of fucking dollars because they're just obnoxious. We're in the obnoxious culture. So the nastier, most obnoxious, yabbering jaghead you are, if you're male, people follow you because you're an asshat. And then if you are in any way, shape, or form attractive and female, and not saying that some of these people are not incredibly talented, right? I'm not, but it doesn't matter. I've seen some amazingly talented people who have absolutely no followers because they're ugly. It's tragic. It's ridiculous. Social media is the devil. It is the fall of Western civilization, without a doubt. Well, here, hold on. While we're waiting for this to do this, duplicate. Browse. So let's look at so there are a lot more people just chatting, and this is by order. Now some of these people are famous gamers, so people watch movies with famous gamers. But let's go down and see who is. These are in order by people watching, right? Gamer watching Dune. 2 attractive Asian girls. A cutesy Asian girl, I assure you. Someone dancing. Cutesy Asian girl in tank top. Oh. Wait. Tank top cooking. Tank top watching. Let's see. Maid outfit watching. Let's get a haircut with a cute girl. It's either well-known gamers or cutesy Asian girls. Twitch is really full of a lot of cutesy Asian girls or people dressing like cutesy Asian girls. Yep. Tank tops are games. Let's go to art. Let's see who's hanging out in art. Bob Ross is usually the... What? That can't be true. There's no way I have... Yeah, they have more viewers than me. Is that just telling me I'm live? Oh, normally this is sort by viewers, high-low. There we go. Yamachika, she does these cute little Japanese drawings. Right, just saying. Self-painting. Lots of anime. So woman... Body painting. Boob anime, boob anime, boob anime. Boob anime, boob anime. Miniatures. You know, I mean, it's a thing. Hold on, so let's go, wait, let's go back here. So this wasn't... This is a critique session. I'm critiquing high to low. Yeah, so this one was high to low. And that's why we get so much... like a lot of these guys are fairly well-known gamers. But lots of boobs and anime boobs. Boobs tend to drive 14-year-old boys. Now, I have plenty of boobs, but I don't think anyone wants to see them. All right, so let's look at our model here. Well, I did that quite a bit too low. That's okay. Yeah, no. Yeah, we don't want to live through that again. Divide, divide, divide. You need to pick something that's going to get fairly close to your forms. Clean my match up just a little. I'm going to do a base project. Just kind of get everybody sort of where they need to be. Why is that doing that? Stop that. Stop that. Right, just trying to get my geometry where it wants to be. See, we have this weird pinch there. Let's get rid of that. Double check, make sure there's no dramatic weirdness. Pretty close. All right, divide, divide. It's gonna end up being super careful. Project all. No, turn the stones off. We don't want stones on. That could be why I think in projection distance 1. Oh god, no wonder things are like just zapping away. Okay, project all. I'm like, why are we getting those huge jumps? Alright, so now we're gonna kind of clean these up. Because I think that's really our only ugly spots. And this is where slash works really well. slash, turn it really far down and make it big. And it'll punch these corners back into each other and consolidate the geometry. Right, so it's a good way to keep your geometry from pinching and still being able to just kind of tuck those back in there, because when we project, you want those sort of back into where they should be. And that's just a smooth and slash. So kind of get in there, boom, boom. This is because we had stones. That's why that was getting weird. Divide, divide, project all. And so that is how you rebuild your subdivision levels, by projecting, right? And uh-oh, what happened here? Sarah, the second you hit a active history state, it's active. Now there are different brushes that use history, so you have to make sure that you're projecting to the history that's relative to the history that you have history. Otherwise it projects to just weird shit. So once you have some history state selected, that stays active. You can always click it again and it stops being active. You haven't used history. How many things have I showed you how to use history? Bad girl. No, the last thing in the world I need to do is wear a tank top, trust me. Until I start doing push-ups again, no tank tops. And I'll tell you what, I'm not real inspired to do push-ups, to be deadly honest. And see, that's why you want to do the little pinchy things. See, this is because I did this so low. You want to do this initial one higher so you actually have geometry in these corners. Sorry. There you go, not paying attention again. But you can see these ones that I pushed in are fine. It's just getting lazy. Come back through. Clean it up. I would use slash, like I said. Big and soft, just kind of push these back and reproject one more time. Right? But this problem came when I didn't do these at the right. Right, we had to stretch to these points, that's why they're doing that. But you can see by just going through it, you can clean that up pretty fast. Push-up bra if no push-up, fair enough. That's a much better decision, I agree. Maybe I'll just get pec implants. Okay, so you get it. I hope. Do you understand? I'm sorry I did that too low, so we had to stretch this out, so it became a little bit more melodramatic. So you would have to come in here and do this a little bit more than you should, because I was being lazy. Um, all right, and then you're asking how to make bezels. Well, so I have a question for you, Tony. Tony's here. That's why. Would you do a bezel because I'm thinking probably the easiest way to generate real bezels for this would be to just duplicate, delete lower, cylinder. If you don't have cutters made, right? I think honestly the easiest way to develop your bezel is just kind of get to your stone, get it flush with your stone. This is going to change sizes on me, I bet. Nope. And then that way you're at least getting a consistent wall thickness. You know, just measure it to whatever you want those bezel thicknesses to be. Nope. Divide, kind of get it there. Right, match it to your stone. Whatever you want your thickness to be, you can decide it here, right? So that is what? 1.6. And then when just go in, lay them in by hand. Obviously this is not flush to our surface. And then when you boolean them, where's this stone? Let's drag you out real quick. New folder. Drag that up, drag that up. Get your bezel, divide it, smooth, divide. And then come here, start. That's additive, that's subtractive. And now Boolean, turn transparency off. Boolean folder. And then you have a base seat and a bezel. Without building cutters, I think that might be the best way. A cutter, you know what I mean by a cutter. A preset form that is designed to either add, cut, and subtract. Sid, we go over cutters. The last 3 classes, we've gone over cutters. Don't ask me what I mean by a cutter. Let's come over here. What are cutters, right? So this, hold on. poke you in the eye. What's a cutter? So this is a cutter, right? This has the hole cut. It has my prongs. It has that. It has my stone. So you can set up a bezel cutter where you have new folder. Rewatch your videos, right? So cutters, instead of just taking this cylinder, right, you can have, let's take our stone, hide that, frame. Okay, our stone is not lined up to the world. So we know that's a 1.6 millimeter wall. Now those are not centered on one another, so let's W, center of the world, frame. So now they are centered on one another. Why are those not centered? So now, slide, edge loop complete. Get that to the edge of that. Mask that. Drag that to the edge of that. I'm just guessing. And so now you have this, which is a piece. It has its thing. It has a cutter. So now you can take this, right, and duplicate it. Drag it around. Get it to your stone. Now, obviously, I would do this before I placed them, so you can do this easily. Get it to your stone. Make it big. Get it to whatever your stone size is, and then use slide edge. Edge loop complete. Just drag it in so it is at the thickness you want. Drag that in. This has an extra line. Right, and so now that wall thickness is what you wanted. It matches your stone size. You just squeeze them, shut them, place them all together. Boolean, cut, done. Right? Makes sense? Sid, have you really not watched the last 3 classes? We've gone over this a lot. No, this is how you make hinges. This is how you make clasps. This is the hinges for the bracelets, anything that a cutter is a shape that you're using to either add and or subtract airspace from the model. If you need rings and prongs, I have cutters that cut the holes, set the prongs, set the stone. There are all these preset tools that do stone setting, cut a bezel, make a hinge. So cutters are these tools that you're using to create airspace so it is a functioning object and or adding something. Cutter. These are cutters because they are taking a predetermined form. I'm cutting this out. I'm adding my stone. Cutters are a functional tool. What is the function, right? I want to make hinges. So it's all the air spaces in the hinges. Remember the clasp? We can sculpt it however we want. We just throw the cutter on and it cuts the airspace out of it. So cutters are predetermined functions, right? It's a pre-set up function. Boom, I push the button, I have a hinge. Boom, I push the button, I have set stones. Cutters. For a bezel, you don't need it. I usually, for the most part, I pretty much set everything just a little above the table. And especially for a bezel, that's going to be more than enough for you to hammer that down and spin it in and stuff. Once again, a stone setter may not want to remove that much material. They may want you to pre-round it, right? So once again, that's kind of the conversation with the stone setter, what they want. Right? So now let's actually go look at the ring. Well, you're going to be one stone shy in our looking of the ring. What else is on? Oh. Right, there we go. To be deadly honest, once again, depending on, what they want, you can just come in, get your lazy Nezumi. Where's my... No, that's not what I want. There it is. You can come in, grab your circle, turn it on, Control 1. What the hell? Get your stroke where you want it and hit 1 a few times. What the shit? Turn my quick edit off. Oh, the smoothie ass hat. Right, you know, you can just sculpt the damn thing on. Obviously, you need a little more geometry than that to make it clean, but especially if you're doing bright cut, that's more than enough. You know, because they're just going to take, or flush cut, or gypsy set. They're just going to take a burr and run it around that circle a few times, and it's going to trap it in. So you can have a bezeled flush cut, right? If you don't want a huge bezel and you want just like a flush cut, but you do want to around it, you can get in there, you know, obviously get your stones flush with the surface. And then you can come in and, you know, and even just something like that, well, that's off, but you know what I mean. Something like that subtle, if you're doing a flush set, that's enough. Because you're going to take that burr and take it in there and run it around that edge. So if you know, it depends on what you're talking about, a bezel. Do you actually want it to be a bezel set, or do you want a flesh set with, you know, a frame, I guess? Well, you better do a damn good setting job, because I will hassle you. Does that make sense, Lloyd? Lloyd, do you have any other questions about that? I know it kind of fuddle-futs the reprojection, but the process is the same. Just should have started with a bigger base mesh, because that was just a little too simple. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 4, 1,000, 5, 7, 1,000, 8, 1,000, 10, 1,000, 11, 1,000, 12, 13, 14. So we're looking at like 24. It's almost a 30-second lag. Damn it, 30-second lag bastard. So Lloyd, tell me if we have any questions about this. Anyone? I know I've got to sit and wait 30 seconds now. Okay. It's now 4:30. Let's do a quick Q&A, because I'd like to get out of here and eat at some point. So let's do a quick Q&A. And if I hear a question like, what's a cutter? I'm coming after you. No. Great. I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm sorry. Did the projection make sense, even though I did it half-assed and really sad? Because once again, on this, you're not going to need tons of surface details, so you could have gotten away with remeshing this much at a much higher level and only having so many subdivision levels. Because that's the original. We're going to go to 2. Keep crease. No, we don't have any keep creases. Detect edges. Z remesh. Let's see how that does. It completely depends on your stone setter. For big center stones, I'll usually cut a seat, use the stone to cut a seat. If it's pave or anything like that, I don't touch it. I leave them flat surfaces. They do not want you doing their job because you do not know what you're doing, and it is going to cause more drama than it's going to cause more drama than not, right? Bastages. They're going to keep my damn money. So it completely depends on the stone setter. For the most part, they don't want you doing crap. Something like this where, see how that Z remesh is much better, right? And so now you just have to divide it and reproject once and that'll be fine, right? I just made more of a mess because I was trying to get the most out of it. But you can see we can get into 7 subdivisions at 6 million. 1.76 subdivisions at 1.7 mil. I think that's great. I don't think you'd have any problems with that at all. Duplicate. Come back here. Go back to the first. Hide stones. No. Oh, right. Okay, that's that. We want to go here, leave that on. 0.003. Shit, I got to change the... I can't have that at 0.1. I will screw myself. 0.02, enter. Preferences. Config. Store config. Nope. I want this turned off. Well, now I have all these little config things on. Okay, that's turned off. Preferences. Store config. Okay. So that should say that at 0.2, not 1. So now we project all. And that should just tighten right up. Well, you can create cutters. You can think about it when you work up. I don't usually think about hollowing until later. There is a way to make a shell. If you know that you want like a 2 millimeter shell, we can do that. I don't want to show you that today. Let's deal with that in class, right? Someone remember that we have to bring up shells, okay? How to shell an object. I tend to sculpt it in. There you go. Look, we did it in one thing and one reprojection, and ta-da, there it is. So you can see that doesn't have to be an arduous task if you actually do it correctly in, oh. You have to double check your mesh to make sure there aren't holes in it. Sorry. But you can see that obviously that's an easier way of doing it. When you do the Z remesh, it's weird. I don't know if I've changed a setting or something, but for the last few times I've been getting holes in my Z remeshes, and I do not know why. It's a very strange. Okay, look, that just has holes missing. Like, what the hell's that about? I do not know. Well, that is bizarro. But you can come back in and fill that up. But I don't know why it's doing that. That is so strange. And somehow we get it in. Whatever. Hopefully you get that. Yeah, you're just the only person who's ever going to ask you to do setup stones is the laziest stone setter in the world, and you should be scared of them. Unless you have a relationship with them and you know how they like it. And, it really is a conversation with your stone setter. But I assure you, there's no stone setter in the world that wants someone who does not know something about stone setting. Because let's say you go in and you do all your pave setup, or like spaced prong setup, not pave, but where you're actually putting prongs in. If you put those prongs in and you get everything sorted out, but your stones are like 1/10 of a millimeter too close, there's a really good chance that they're going to pop or they're going to tap. I mean, there's just, let the professionals do it. If you have a big center stone, great, grind that bad boy in there. But someone is still going to take a burr, cut it in, do this, cut a hinge out or cut a notch out, pop it in and press it over. And no one wants you doing that because you're like, I want a 5mm stone, but they didn't like the color of the 5mm blue sapphire. They like the color of the 5.3mm sapphire. Or worse yet, they like the one that's the 4.9mm sapphire. So now you have these notches that have 1.3 mil on both sides. Screwed it. You get to redo it. So don't be clever, in that kind of sense. I mean, leave enough meat on the prongs, and if they really want you to set it up, make sure you have the spacing, make sure you have everything. Make a cutter, do it clean, but you don't want to get involved in that crap. Hollowed out. Let's go up. To be deadly honest, for the most part, I hand hollow stuff, right? I'm going to come in here. I'm going to turn that crap off. I would just come in. I would scoop it. I would probably use build up so it can be a little more aggressive. And why I say I'd probably do it this way for the most part is purely I'm controlling the aesthetics, right? Thing about things like this is depending on how much you want to cut off, these become very deep, and that can create the issues with undercuts where it gets weird. But I find that I can do this. I could take my clay tubes and, make a nice little edge. And if I'm drawing this edge on, right, if I'm creating this edge, it doesn't have to be perfect because it's going to be aesthetically, right? I'm looking at my spacing and my distancing and stuff. And so it's going to look like what I did. Now, obviously, I would bring that in, and I would bring that in, and then come in and just build this edge up so it's not undercutting, right? Now, if you're casting shells, like I said, that's a different creature altogether. But I just find that I like to do this by hand because I can really dictate what is happening under here, right? And I can make it something special as opposed to just a crap-ass hollowing. Right, I can make it look nice and well conceived as opposed to, let's just hollow it. Right, and just by being able to cut that little notch there, we've now changed the character of it. It's now following that edge. I use my brush, that gives me the wall thickness. Right? right? And so now you have something hollowed. It's conscientious because you thought about it as you were doing it. You know, I just tend to like things like that a little better than using cutters. And I mean, if it needs to be, like if it's machined or precise, you know, if this is all rectangles and stuff and it's really machined and precise, I really did just say machined and precise. You know, obviously making squares, making a base shape and making it just a little smaller at the top, super easy. But for shapes like this, I tend to like to do that. And then I'd do that one. Now it looks like, you know, it doesn't look like just some Jesus, I am now inverting all of my words. It doesn't look like just some cheap piece of poo, right, with my thickness. I now know that's it. Dig it back, and now it sort of has character because each one's hollow. Now, if you really need to save money, sure, then you'll come back in and knock that out. But I just think it allows you to give character and thought, right? Because if you have them having one going over the other just a little, you know, that's something that someone had to make a decision on, intentionality. So, yeah. Do I know the thickness of the wall at the end? Well, sure, it is. Let's put on double. Well, right here it is 0.87. Right here it is 1.6. You measure it. Does that make sense? All these buttons I still haven't hit Y. Come on. You know, you just take the cross section you want and measure. Actually, today's not Monday, is it? What time is it? I might. I think I'm going to order Thai food and sit and eat it in the sun. Okay. Depending on the style, you know, if the frame is really, really important to me, I will do that. Yes. Not a whole lot. It's usually if, like when I was doing those, it was sort of the cathedral window ones, right? So they were very architectural, and I wanted them to be very quad and have everything sorted out, and also flat for those architectural forms, it's just much easier to take a rectangle and just jam them out. And I can, do 5 different iterations very quick so we can make decisions on the shapes and form fast. And the person I was dealing with doesn't see very well. So it's easy. See designs very well. He sees perfectly, but it's easier for him to visualize the design flat. So that's why I did that. But it's an okay way to work as long as you can, as long as you are, you just bullying off the back afterwards. So yeah, that's a perfectly legitimate way to work. And since those rings were actually open in the back, so you can stretch them and size them, it was a perfect way to do them for that. In the future, Sid. Sid in space. All right. So does anyone have any questions before we try to wrap this up? I'm always trying to make things look more handmade. I think it's just, we have ZBrush, right? We're sculpting. It's better. Try to make something look handmade in CAD. It makes me want to kill myself. I tried for years. Well, I think I succeeded, but... It's so funny you said that, Sid. Didn't Hitler's crocodile just die? I think Hitler's crocodile just died. His pet crocodile. Holy damn Hannah. That is a big damn crocodile. Holy shit balls, look at that thing. Wow. I love crocodiles. They are so awesome. Look at that lumpy face bastard. So cool. Okay, that thing's awesome. Look at those eyes. I love that crap. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. I'll tell you what. I watched Uncut Stones. What's his name? Adam Sandler. And he's a stone cutter and he gets his hands on this opal that's supposed to be worth $1 million. I hate movies like that. That ass hat deserved everything he got. I don't have an ounce of compassion or empathy with him. I do not understand why they make movies like that. I don't get it. I don't. Oh, look, we have a raging loser. And what's he do? He does loser decisions on everything. And then, oh, wait. Oh, he succeeds. He gets shot in the face. Of course he does. What in the hell is my mom talking about? Tony, is there a video of me doing the Harlem Shuffle? My mom's like, how do I get the video of you doing the Harlem Shuffle? Nah, it makes me want to just... The third scene, I wanted to punch him in the skull. I have no empathy. I do not care. I think, people like him are the reason the world sucks. So why do I care if he sucks? He sucks. He sucked from Word 1. He actually sucked till the end. He sucked. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care about suck-ass people. Don't care. Oh, sorry. My bad. I didn't ruin the movie for you. He sucks. And what's sad is, it could have been an interesting film, but there was no twist. There was no turn. It was just toolage. And they said it was a comedy. Who the hell said that movie was a comedy? They deserve to be kicked in the nose, too. No, I didn't ruin the movie for you. I can't ruin the movie for you because you're going to sit through it and watch it and go, yeah, okay, great. How did this not happen earlier? Happy Gilmore, on the other hand, was a comedy masterpiece in my book. I thought that was a great film. And then he decided he was serious. Good God. I have no idea what you're talking about, Mom. No. I rewatched Confessions of a Dangerous Mind the other day. Oh my God, that film is awesome. I love that film. Gene the Dancing Machine. It wasn't funny. There was nothing funny about that movie. Other than the fact that I actually sat through the whole thing. I was like, they cannot do this. What I think is going to happen cannot happen. And I was wrong. It could. I used to change it a lot. I just haven't had the energy to change anything. I know, Tony, I saw the note. I'm not doing the Harlem Shuffle for video. My mom she does not need a video of me doing the Harlem Shuffle. No one needs video of me doing the Harlem Shuffle. Dude, if that was a comedy, it was the worst comedy in the world. I have a black sense of humor. Ask Tony. We laughed at things that really, honestly, probably should never be laughed at. If we actually had someone following Tony and I around with a camera, we'd never have business ever again because we say the most horrible things in the world, and it is absolutely hysterical. It wasn't funny. It was dumb. The only time that I thought was actually funny, there's a scene where, and this isn't a spoiler, well, not much. Okay, everybody close your ears if you're a spoiler. But there are all these guys he owes money to. And so they're chasing him all over New York and they're beating him up and making him naked and throwing him into cars. And then they have a Passover scene and the guy who's the bookie is at his house. And the guy who owes him who he owes all the money is his brother. So the funniest part about it is they're all at Passover. He's been beat up. He's been thrown in the back of the trunk. They beat him up again. It winds up that it's his brother. And I guess the bookie is a relative too. They're all at Passover. I almost peed myself laughing. That was an awesome moment. But that was it. Wait, hold on. What do I hear out there? Hell no. Okay. He's doing it. I'm not doing it. No, you're high on crack. See, what's funny is Tony knows I'm not going to do this. So she's apologizing now. You don't have to apologize. What video are you talking about? Tony, did you send her a video or something? Tony probably sent her a video of some bald guy doing the Harlem Shuffle. It was like, hey, June, get better. Look, Tomas doing the hustle. All right. Sorry, I know I blew it. I suck at that game. I apologize. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter. If you watched it, it would not do a damn thing to change that movie. Jesus Christ. Everybody has something to say all of a sudden. All right. No, sir. Okay. So, any other questions other than the Harlem Shuffle? If not, I am going to get some curry. That sounds so good. I haven't had Thai food in a while. In months and months and months. And it's not like it's the best Thai food in the world, but it's definitely edible. It'll do. The one thing I actually appreciate, we had their pad Thai 4 months ago or whatever, and it was spicy. It was hot. I was like, yeah, someone who knows, understands, gets it. And Tony Haku phoned me last night. You realize I haven't seen them in over 6 months? That's crazy. Now Cindy needs keys. All right. Kind and gentle folk, I think we're going to wrap this up. So there is class on Saturday. And there is class on Monday. I guess class on Saturday is at 2. So I think how we're going to run this is we're going to do just a big Q&A. And then we will figure out what we missed through all of that. And we'll cover it on next Thursday. Right? So if you do not understand or do not know how to do something, make damn lists. Make lists. Wait a minute. Make a list. And then bring it up. I would say, everybody might want to come to both Saturday and Monday's class if you can, because we probably won't cover the same information, right? Because different people have different questions. So that could be free for all. And I'm going to have to figure out, this machine does not have Keyshot on it. So I might try to make a little video. And once again, I can give people my Keyshot materials. I have stuff that I've made. But Keyshot's pretty darn simple, honestly. It's pretty easy. Just get some good environments. Mike showed me how to do 3-point lighting, and then every time I've tried since the last update, it hasn't worked. So obviously I don't have something set up. I'm not the best renderer in the world. I don't really use rendering. We can talk about rendering, but yeah, I don't use a lot of rendering, sadly. Well, yeah, of course. That sounds awesome, actually. Good call, Sid. That's a good one. They don't have, I like Prick Got King, so it's the green beans, the green beans and the spicy chili sauce. Oh, so good. Yeah, I think that doing the Saturday class and a Monday class sort of together, more people hear it. I don't think it'll get so... I mean, you guys are pretty conscientious of each other. It's not like, it's just like, but one way or the other, watch the classes, obviously. The starting at 2, I don't know how late. I mean, I'll go as late as we need to go. It's not like I'm doing anything Saturday night. A big night out. Oh, we're still not open. So, any final questions or issues? Well, the beauty about, what's awesome about it is like literally you go right here. You go render, external renders, you select Keyshot. And then every time you hit BPR, it sends the model straight to Keyshot. But as you can see, I don't have it installed on this machine. Because sadly, Keyshot's a pig of a computer. They don't let you have one on your laptop and on your home computer. So I'd have to buy 2 versions of Keyshot to have it on both machines. Okay.